Samadhi-vijayānaka Pato Samanyutam Sata Vande Tam Bodhipadapam Vimete Mahabodhi Loganatena Pujita Aham Pite Namasami Bodhiraja Namatute Yasamule Visinoha Samadhi-vijayānaka Pato Samanyutam Sata Vande Tam Bodhipadapam Vimete Mahabodhi Loganatena Pujita Aham Pite Namasami Bodhiraja Namatute Yasamule Visinoha Samadhi-vijayānaka Pato Samanyutam Sata Vande Tam Bodhipadapam Vimete Mahabodhi Loganatena Pujita Aham Pite Namasami Bodhiraja Namatute Yasamule Visinoha Samadhi-vijayānaka Pato Samanyutam Sata Vande Tam Bodhipadapam Vimete Mahabodhi Loganatena Pujita Aham Pite Namasami Bodhiraja Namatute
and will talk briefly about her story and why her story is important to me. As we know that Sanghamitta was the daughter of King Asoka, who built monasteries in 84,000 city. On the day of the celebration of completing the monasteries, King Asoka asked the chief elders of the Sangha, Venerable Makaliputta, one of his questions, which led him to asking his son Mahenda and daughter Sanghamitta to go forth. The question was, is there anyone who inherits the Great One's dispensation who is like unto me? The chief elders saw the supporting condition of Mahenda and Sanghamitta being responsible for the dispensation and seeing the condition for its growth. He responded to the king that being greatly generous is not known as an heir to the dispensation, but letting son or daughter to go forth in the dispensation is a true supporter of the dispensation. After hearing the elders respond, King Asoka wished to be a supporter of the dispensation and asked Sanghamitta and her brother Mahenda to go forth. Venerable Mahenda brought faith to the people in Sri Lanka. Many people came to listen to his Dharma teaching and became stream enterers. Queen Anula and 500 women also listened to his Dharma teaching and became once returners. That prompted her to ask the king for them to go forth. When the king asked Venerable Mahenda to give the going forth to them, he told the king that it would not be suitable for them to give the going forth to women, and asked the king to invite his younger sister, Venerable Sanghamitta, to give the going forth to them instead. As we have learned from the history of the Bhikkhuni ordination during the Buddhist time, bhikkhus continued to give a single ordination until ordained bhikkhunis were not truly women. When the story was reported to the Buddha, he allowed bhikkhus to ask antarayika dhammas, clearing of obstruction, to women who came to ask for upasambhada. At the time, bhikkhus asked the candidates the antarayika dhammas. However, they were shy and couldn't answer the question to complete their upasambhada because many of those questions were related to their sexual organ. When the Buddha heard that the candidates were shy and couldn't answer the question to complete their upasambhada, he allowed the candidates to receive the upasambhada by the Bhikkhuni Sangha first and then followed by the Bhikkhu Sangha. The Bhikkhuni Sangha was responsible for asking the candidates the antarayika dhammas. We have also learned that the candidates were still shy and couldn't answer the question even after they were asked by bhikkhunis because they were not properly trained or were not asked skillfully. This is the reason why the Buddha allowed those bhikkhunis who have been appointed to give the training. I would imagine that Venerable Mahenda understood those challenges and that his sister Sanghamitta, who was well learned, would be more suitable in asking those questions, since the candidates would not be as shy when they were asked about their sexual organs from his sister with their same sex, and that Sanghamitta would be available to give the going forth to them. Venerable Mahenda must have seen the importance of his sister coming to Sri Lanka, which was the reason why he asked her to bring a sapling of the Bodhi tree in addition to coming to give the ordination to women. On the first quarter moon of December, King Asoka established a sapling of the Bodhi tree on the ship after having been consecrated 3 times with sovereignty over the Rose Apple Island and arranged all kinds of ceremonies in the port town. He then invited Sanghamitta Tere and 11 nuns onto the ship. He also sent a message to his friend King Deva Nampiyatissa to worship and make offerings to the Bodhi tree the same way as he did After the ship leaving the king and his people, and after crossing the water some way where waves settled down, the Nagas worked magic to take possession of the Bodhi tree. Sanghamitta used her psychic powers to change her form to a mystical bird that is traditionally an enemy of the Nagas to frighten them off. Seeing the spiritual power and the magnificence of the great nun, they worship her feet and beg for their lives. The Nagas then told her that they came for the Bodhi tree. Sanghamitta then gave the Bodhi tree to the Nagas to worship for 7 days. They took the Bodhi tree to worship in the Naga realm, brought it back, and placed it on the ship. The ship arrived in Sri Lanka within the same day, when the sapling of the Bodhi tree was returned to the ship by the Nagas. On the full moon of December, which was 7 days after the first quarter moon, King Devanam Vijayatissa worshipped and made offerings to the Bodhi tree the same as King Asoka did. Sanghamitta gave the going forth to Queen Anula with 500 women, together with another 500 women from the harem. Those 1,000 women developed insight and then attained a state of worthiness in no time. Sanghamitta established the Theravada Bhikkhuni order and lived in Sri Lanka 59 years after her arrival, before her passing. Sanghamitta recognized the importance of her brother's word to her, as we have learned that she brought the sapling of the Bodhi tree to connect people to the faith that her brother had instilled in them, to the Buddha, and establish a Bhikkhuni order to complete the fourfold Sangha that the Buddha had envisioned for his sasana. She continued the Bhikkhuni lineage from the Buddha to Sri Lanka, which got expanded throughout Asia and now throughout the world. Sanghamitta and her brother accomplished the development of the dispensation of the Buddha's sasana. Sanghamitta's story is important to me since I've been working to revive the Khmer Bhikkhuni Sangha for some time now. Like Sanghamitta and her brother, I feel responsible for the dispensation of the Buddha's sasana, especially in my Cambodian Buddhist community, and to help women reach their highest spiritual path globally. I feel it is my duty to connect Bhikkhunis in modern time to the teaching in the Khmer Tipitaka, and to prove to my community that reviving Khmer Bhikkhuni Sangha is necessary for the Cambodian Buddhist community to thrive. I see Bhikkhunis and Bhikkhus working together like Venerable Sanghamitta and Venerable Mahinda, like younger sisters and brothers, like a crescent moon and a sun, and as lights of the Buddha Sasana for the benefits of many people. This concludes my presentation. Happy Sanghamitta Day.
So, greetings to everyone from our Dhammadrini room to Sangha Hall. So many of you have visited here before, but not during this last year. So this is a way that we can be close. You can see the inside of the monastery in various places, even via Zoom. And I'm here together with our good friend, Upasika Mala Vijayakun, who has been a friend of Dhammadrini for a long time, since back when we had the Bodhi House in the San Francisco East Bay, and we were just beginning with our Aranya Bodhi Awakening Forest Hermitage. And Mala was a member of the Dhammadrini Support Foundation Board of Directors and Inspiring Generosity Committee for several years. We remember her with appreciation for this, and also as a Buddhist artist and Buddhist poet. In fact, the painting of Sanghamitta Terry, which you can see here, was painted by Mala several years ago and offered by her. And this painting has been so much appreciated that actually she was invited to paint another for the Anukampa Bhikkhuni project in UK, in England, where Venerable Bhikkhuni Chanda Visuddhi, Aya Chanda, has taken up the charge with Wisdom Brahm for developing the very first Bhikkhuni monastery in the Theravada tradition in England. So it's just in its fledgling stages now, a little rented flat in Oxford. Things are going ahead, and with the blessings of our ancient Arahati awakened foremothers in Buddhism, including Sanghamitta Terry, I wish this project will be successful. Now I want to go over to Mala, and we have this time with her. I'd like to ask her, Mala, I'd like to ask you about your inspiration in offering this beautiful painting of Sanghamitta, offering your talents and skills in this way. What inspired you? Share a few words with me.
Okay. Before I answer that question, I would like to offer my sincere thank you to Ayya Tataloka to giving me this opportunity to deliver some words on this day, the sacred day. So as you all know, when Arahant Sanghamitta went on mission to Sri Lanka, it was full moon day of December. It is called in Sinhalese Undua Poya. By the time Sri Lanka was ruled by King Devanampiya, I think it was about 288 BC. Yeah. So Sanghamitta Theri was not alone. She was accompanied by several other nuns when she came from India. They brought a sapling of sacred Bodhi tree from India, from Bodh Gaya. It was majestically planted in the city called Anuradhapura. That was the kingdom those days. Sanghamitta Theri initiated Bhikkhuni ordination in Sri Lanka. So legend says that first Sri Lankan woman to be ordained was Queen Anula. She was King Devanampiyati's sister-in-law. Queen Anula was ordained along with 500 women, Sri Lankan women. So that day marks full moon day of December as a precious, very precious day to Sri Lanka, especially for Sri Lankan women. Coming back to the present days, several years ago, during my visit to Sri Lanka, I saw this magnificent statue of Theri Sanghamitta temple. It was painted in gold color, and it was standing not in a building outside, but with a small roof on top. And I just took a picture. I took lots of pictures, and this picture was really beautiful. So I was thinking someday I'm going to make a painting out of it. And then later, when I was talking to Ayatata Luka, she mentioned about painting of Bhikkhuni Sanghamitta. So then I thought that was the time to take action. And then I painted it, and I and then I took it to Aya, and she was so happy, and my pleasure that I can see my painting sitting behind Ayatthaloka and next to the statue. So that's my pleasure, and that's about it. I have to talk about painting, and like Ayatthaloka mentioned, there was another copy. I would say copy, but I painted another one, brand new painting for Anukampa project. So it is all because of Ayatthaloka and Dhammadharini and all other Bhikkhunis. So I thank all of you from my heart.
So, Hanumodami. I'd like to also mention that Mala created another painting, or made another painting actually of Sanghamitta Terry giving ordination to Queen Anula Devi. And we understand at that time that Queen Anula Devi, when she was listening to the Dhamma from Mahinda Thero, the elder brother, also a Buddhist monk and very capable Buddhist teacher and awakened Arahanta, that she entered the stream. She opened her Dhamma eye and plunged into the noble stream of the Dhamma. She saw the noble truths and the path. And then as she was listening to the Dhamma further, within the next 24 hours, then also she and a number of her companions who must have had incredible kusala mula, I want to say like roots of virtue and parami, they actually even progressed further in the path and became stream winners. And it was at the time that they became stream winners that then Anula Devi, then herself a noble one, who's entered into the Arahant path, then that's the time that she requested ordination to go forth into the monastic life. And at that time, she would have only seen Mahinda Thero and the bhikkhus, but somehow her heart was ready and open to this possibility. And this is what prompted then Mahinda Thero to send for his sister, Sanghamitta Maha Arahati, Sanghamitta Terry, to come with the Bhikkhuni Sangha and also the southern branch sapling of the Jayashree Mahabodhi tree under which the Buddha awakened. So Mala made a painting of this too, which I don't have. This one is actually in the Peace Pagoda in the San Francisco East Bay. She offered that one there, but I can't show it to you. You just have to imagine that great instance, which must have brought on the rejoicing, not only for Anula Devi and all the women who are ordained, but really for everyone. I imagine the devas rejoicing at this great event. So Mala is not only an artist, but she's also a poet. And Mala, I understand you may have a poem to share on this auspicious occasion.
Yes, actually I wrote this poem many years ago. I think after I visited Aranya Bodhi for the first time. There was a higher ordination, as I remember. So I took some pictures and I used that picture to establish this poem. I wrote it in Sinhalese and then I posted on Facebook and lots of my friends liked it. And then after I showed it to Ayatthaloka, I think she mentioned that, can you translate it to English? My English is not that poetic, so I asked my daughter Amanda to do it. So this is her words. Okay.
Can you share in Sinhalese also? Yeah, in Sinhalese and then also.
Sinhala poem, I don't have it available here with me.
Oh, well, just
I knew
poetic rendering in English then.
Yeah, in English. From the moon descend the rabbits, covered in mist. From the sun descend the parrots, soaring over the clouds. They come to bear witness with their own eyes, this great forest shining with saffron robes. My wandering mind is restless, although the forest is forever at peace. When I witness your peaceful stride, it will quiet my speech, my body, my mind. I am not fortunate enough to follow your footsteps, but I am fortunate enough to shower your path with flowers. My eyes are fortunate enough to witness you, the Bhikkhunis, charming as the moon. Sadhu, sadhu.
Mala, many merit you, triple gem blessings. Thank you very much for sharing that.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for having me.
And I'm glad for you to join us on this special and auspicious day with our International Bhikkhuni Sangha and our fourfold Buddhist community from around the world gathered together. And I appreciate you sharing this time, sharing your heart in poetry, and blessings and thanks to Amanda also for her English, beautiful English translation of this, and for this image of Terry Sanghamitta Maharati that has inspired and brightened the hearts of so many people here in person and then via the internet around the world, and now also waiting to have a home in Anukampa Bhikkhuni Monastery, which is for now a dream that good people who've taken this noble intention are working hard towards. So we'll see if one day we'll be able to see her also there in the Anukampa Bhikkhuni Monastery. So much appreciation for the use of our human talents and skills for sharing blessings and illuminating our own hearts and the hearts of others. What a good way to be in this world, in our own hearts, and also that our presence be a blessing to humanity with so many struggles and so many needs. Let us all contribute whatever we can, whatever talents and skills that we have to show up as a peaceful and blessed presence, and do what we can to inspire and support and help others with each of our own unique talents and skills and blessings that we bring to and develop in this life. Thank you, Mala, for joining us. And
Thank you, Aya.
Thank you for being a good Dhamma friend. It is good to have good Dhamma friends in this world. This is one of the treasures of life. So,
I'm lucky to have you.
Sadhu.
Sadhu, sadhu.
And we'll now go on with our program. Greetings to everyone, all of your venerables, to my senior elder monastics, to all my venerable Dhamma sisters, ayahs, Dhamma friends, to everyone who's here. I see that there are monastics here on from Newbury Buddhist Monastery in Australia. Greetings to all of you, to Hekupeka. And Newbury is the first dual Sangha monastery that I know of in the Theravada tradition in the West. That means it's a monastery for bhikkhus and bhikkhunis. It's in outside of Melbourne, in Newbury, outside of Melbourne, Australia. And also here we have with us together. Now you get to see some members of our Sangha, and Venerable Bhikkhuni Suchita Jerry. Suchita is here with me. I'm at Dhammadrini Monastery. Venerable Bhikkhuni Kaya Sobhanatari is here together. We have some near Gachina, some near Dhammawada, also Anagarika Kavira, Anagarika Vibhuti. Our monastic community is here together. Is there a way that we can have the head of the Buddha come in together also? Okay. Thank you. A little bit more head on the Buddha there on top. So I want to greet also, I see that a number of our old friends are here together. Members of our Dhammadrini Support Foundation, our Dhammadrini Inspiring Generosity Committee, some friends who are founders of Dhammadrini together, and those who are even our newest Dhammadrini Support Foundation board member, Bob Flex, is here also, and our president, Susie Clix, is here. Looks to me like we have someone here even from Europe, Poland also, and I know this morning then we had the monastics on from around the world, the senior bhikkhunis who are really leading up and doing great work for the Buddha Sasana, for the Buddhist dispensation in Sri Lanka, and some eminent Buddhist scholars and researchers. And so you couldn't see me this morning if you were on then, but I was in the background. I was watching together and with you. But it's so wonderful to be in this space now together. It's even better being here in person than being on the other side of the computer screen. But I hope some of the good ambiance is shared with you, and also you're part of generating that ambiance wherever you are. So your beautiful, excellent intentions of Dhamma friendship, your attunement to the Buddha and the Buddha's teaching and the Buddha's way and the treasures of the Sangha is what's a big part of what's gathering us together here now. So I am delighted about this as one of the organizers of this program, or one of the facilitators or co-conspirators, you can say. I've been in touch with many of the people who are offering something for this program, and it's really a kind of a mysterious coming into being to see who would like to offer what and how the constellation of people's generosity and kindness and care and interest comes together, and then like a kaleidoscope turning and forms something beautiful. This morning there was the beauty of also Ayasudhamma, Venerable Bhikkhuni Sudhamma Terry, who offered our Dhamma teaching this morning, then sharing really rare and precious heritage moments in the revival of the Theravada Bhikkhuni tradition. And then also she was the first American woman to go to ordain as a Bhikkhuni in Sri Lanka, and she spent hours going through old film to be able to share this heritage with us. I had never seen it before. I so much appreciate her doing that. So these are the things we find precious in our human beings, the care that we give, how we express love and care and presence, how we show up with ourselves, how we show up with each other. So in a minute, I'm going to be calling upon our Dhamma Support Foundation President and Board of Directors, and then also friends from Inspiring Generosity, have words that they would like to share with you. But first, I am going to tell you something about, let's say, an aspect of the specialness of this day that some of you might be aware of and some of you might not. We all have experienced this to be, let's say, an extraordinary year in so many ways. Someone shared a picture of a Christmas tree with me, and really it's just a pole of it has no branches on it, but then there is light coming from behind, and then the light coming from behind on this pole then in the shadow created what looks like the shape of a tree, right? So really it's like the light is illuminating the darkness. And the presence of the light, even in the space of the absence of something, seems like it creates a form, yes? And then we have the imagination, that's a tree. It's just the light illuminating the darkness. This year has been so amazing, different than normal for us, and an opportunity to grow and develop in unique ways. I think I found that for myself. And one of the special aspects has been being able to come together in this kind of way, even internationally with our Bhikkhuni Sangha and Dhamma friends, in ways that I myself have found so inspiring. It's a lot of hard work. It seems even harder to get people together online than it does in person. In person, they just show up. And also, there's been so much beauty and blessings and benefit in it, as there is now in what we'll be offering and sharing together. And this is our last such planned gathering this year. In a few days, our Dhammadrini monastic community is going to be beginning our transition into winter retreat. We'll be having 3 months of winter retreat here at Dhammadrini Monastery and at our Adanya Awakening Forest Hermitage. Our Vice Abbess, Ayya Svobna, is going to be able to return. She's here. You can't see her, but she's here. She's going to be able to return to Aranya Bodhi for the winter retreat this year after so many years. I am absolutely delighted about that. In the past couple of years, she and Ayya Subhijana have offered teachings, and local people were able to come and just silently participate in the retreat together, to just join in and take refuge in the retreat ambiance. And then Ayya Sobhana and Ayya Subhijana offered 3 teaching programs each week, 1 meditation, 1 sutta study, and 1 Dhamma talk and meditation program. And this winter, Ayya Sobhana is going to be taking that time off. And Ayya Subhijana mostly also, many of you know that she's in Heartwood, but she's offering a Dhamma talk this afternoon, which is wonderful. She's our main speaker. For everyone who has been missing her, we get to hear her Dhamma this afternoon, or whatever time it is for you. I've had an inspiration in myself for this winter retreat. For everyone in our greater community here in our local area in Northern California, elsewhere in the United States and around North America, and even around the world, if you would like to join in making the pledge for winter retreat together, for even a significant part of the 3 months of our winter retreat in January, February, and March, I invite you to do so. For many of us now, because of coronavirus, we have opportunities to use the time in ways that we might not have
otherwise. If you have such an opening in your life, if such potential is there, please think about how you can make the retreat commitment or 3-month practice commitment together. And I would like to offer something in support of that. I'm going to be teaching regularly to our resident monastics. But for those who are interested in making a commitment to practice during these 3 months, I would like to offer live on the new moon and the full moon, the Uposatha, the opportunity to undertake and renew your refuges and precepts. It will be our morning time here on the Uposatha day, the new moon and the full moon, so to be able to renew, refresh, strengthen one's refuges and precepts. Venerable Suchita Terry, Suchita, will be offering that in the morning. And I told her it doesn't matter if only one person shows up, but it's just holding that space, holding that time together. Sometimes during a winter retreat before, someone from the community came, like only one person, just one person came in to just join in the morning or afternoon or evening practice time together, and we felt that that's wonderful that they were able to come, and sometimes more than one. It doesn't have to be a lot, but just to hold that space and to hold that commitment together. And then in the evening here, 7 or 7:30, we're deciding still. Then I will offer the meditation time together. That means I'll sit with you live for meditation and offer a Dhamma talk and have time to discuss the Dhamma together. So this year for our winter retreat, we have something very special. We have an outside teacher coming in, or an inside teacher coming out. I'm not quite sure how to say it. But Ayakema, our late most venerable foremother Ayakema, not to be confused with Sanghamitta Terry, Ayakema was teaching widely in the United States at the time that I went forth into monastic life. And there were videos made of her retreat teachings, which are really powerful, and they have been kept privately by one of Ayakema's students and then a teacher in her tradition who co-led retreats with Lee Bresenton. And I learned about this cache of retreat video teachings years ago, and Lee has kindly agreed for this special circumstance, that is our 3-month-long Bhikkhuni's retreat for Ayakema's transmission of the Bhikkhuni Sangha that has arisen here in this time. Those videos are now, I want to say under lock and key, but not really, but very well protected with us. They cannot be broadcast, but we're going to be able to, thanks to the gifts of some technology that we've received, we're going to be able to do those retreats with her through these videos during this winter retreat time. There are audio files of these video teachings, which I will make available so that those who are practicing together, if they wish to listen to the audio and then really to be harmonized in what we're practicing and what we're exploring and developing and working with together, then you'll be welcome to do so. And then when I'm speaking also with our Dhamma sharing and discussion, then those teachings will come up as topics as well as other related teachings. So I wanted to share this with you about our winter retreat time coming up, January, February, March. And now to welcome all of you, we'll be sending out more information on this for those who'd like to join. And now I would like to invite our Dhamma Journey Support Foundation President, Susie Clicks, to say a few words, and also to welcome any other of the Dhamma Journey Support Foundation Board of Directors who are here. I think also maybe Ananea Porter, our Director of Facilities, Bob Flax, our Director of Organizational Development. And I'd like to welcome you on to hear from you and to just express our enormous gratitude from all of us here and our whole community at large to you for really keeping the faith and keeping the finances and keeping this place of refuge, this monastery and our hermitage that have supported us during this time, and making it so all those who have offered exceptional support were able to do so. I mean, really, thanks to our support foundation, that's how that happens. So you're the stewards. You're the great stewards of people's excellent intentions. So welcome to Susie and also to Bob and Ananaya if you're here. And then after that, we'd like to hear from our Inspiring Generosity Committee. Hi, Bob. Nice to see you, everyone. This is Bob Flax, our new Director of Organizational Development. Wow, he has some great ideas for us, and even before winter retreat time, we've already jumped in and begun to work with this. So go ahead and take it from here and put it in your hands, Susie, our president of our support foundation, Bob, and if you're here, and then Friends with Inspiring Generosity, you're coming up next.
Yeah, Anumotana Ayati, thank you for your introduction. And again, I am Sisagun or Susie Clicks. I have been working and supporting Dhammadharinis for several years, and so appreciative for the opportunity to do so. And I would like to welcome again all of you who attended the event this morning, and again a new welcome to the new participants who have joined us for the afternoon. And of course, I've been thinking about the significance of our Sanghamitta Day, and what am I reflecting, in this occasion? Actually, I'm recalling the element of recollecting the quality of endurance and overcoming adversity. Reflecting of her journey, long, arduous journey from the mainland in India by sea to Sri Lanka, and her willingness and steadfast belief and commitment in succeeding and doing her work, as the result which we all are witnessing today of her immense contribution to the Bhikkhuni communities all over the world. Again, I'm comparing this time of overcoming adversities and the effort that the Dhammadharini monastic community have displayed in their ability to adjust, to their ability to commit to their connection to supporters, and to their mission of maintaining the teaching and recollecting of what the Buddha has taught us. And I really, feel very much appreciated in all of their effort. And in so doing, they've also have shown the degree of creativity and goodwill in trying to keep us all together. As you can see, that we're here together via Zoom connection, and we were able to feel that we are, connected and celebrating together, these important days in the important days into commemorating the lineage of Bhikkhuni, Buddhist Bhikkhuni. So in so doing, I like to also congratulate them in their, again, creativity and looking for many different ways of addressing the adversity. For example, they continue to be teaching, connecting with us, in many ways. And recently, they have also have the conception of building outdoor pavilion to further enabling those who wanted to be able to visit in the small group, to be able to connect even further, and to be able to make an offerings so that they can see each other, in a safe environment. So I congratulate them, for their, endless means and ways that they're thinking of keeping the practice and the connection with the communities going. Well, on that note, I just like to also let my colleagues and board members, Bob Flack, to give his reflection of today and his joining us in this tremendous effort together. Bob, I invite you to.
Great. Thank you so much, Susie. Yes, my name is Bob Flax, and I'm the newest board member of Dhammadharini. For those of you who I haven't met, I live in Katati, about 5 minutes away from the monastery, and I've been attending their programs for about 4 years. As we all know, 2020 has been a very difficult year. We've had fires throughout the state, deep political divisions, racial unrest, and a deadly pandemic. And all of that has caused much suffering. In the midst of such a difficult time, though, it's good that we're able to end the year by coming together to celebrate something that's truly positive, which is Sanghamitta's bringing of the Dhamma to the people of Sri Lanka. And in turn, I'll add Sri Lanka serving as such a good home for the Dhamma for more than 2,000 years. So with that, I welcome you all to the rest of the day and the rest of the program, and may the new year bring you much peace, happiness, and wisdom. Thank you all for your support of Dhammadharini.
All blessings and good wishes to you and to all the members of our Dhammadharini Support Foundation. I want to just briefly recognize, as some of you know, our president, coincidentally, is a world-class expert in epidemiology, Dr. Sri Sanghamitta, epidemiology and virology. And, in these past few weeks, I've seen more and more of our friends and their relatives and also family members coming down ill and also dying here in the United States. And this is just becoming really enormous here. And I see in our culture so many people who are also just like fed up with trying to shelter in place and all of this stuff, or even thinking masks are harmful or something. We have a real expert who's close to us, who we know and trust, and who really understands the science and has helped us, all of us, to ourselves stay safe, and also for our monastic communities contact with our greater community. So I just want to really appreciate our great good fortune in our whole local community, and that level of care and consultation. So Anumodhana to Susie for all that you've offered, which has been so big this last year for us and for so many other people. Now it's time for us to hear from our Inspiring Generosity Committee. We'll be hearing from one of our Dhammadharini Support Foundation founding members, Shari Jent. And we also have a couple of other founding members here with us, Subhadra Chowchiwech also, and I want to recognize as well that we have Ranjini De Silva, the President Emeritus of Shakyadita Sri Lanka, on with us, and to just, give a big vote of thanks to her. She played such a big part in those bhikkhunis who we saw this morning from Sri Lanka in their existing. So her merits are just absolutely enormous. And we still have Ayasu Dhamma on. That's wonderful, our Dhamma teacher this morning. So now, Shari, we would like to hear from you and from our Inspiring Generosity Committee. Warm welcome.
Dear friends, welcome to Dhammadharini Sanghamitta Day Celebration. My name is Shari Gent, and I'm here as a founding board member, past board president, and a founder of Inspiring Generosity. I'm delighted to be with you today to celebrate this very special occasion, honoring Sanghamitta, who was the Bhikkhuni who brought Buddhism to Sri Lanka. Sanghamitta was the daughter of Ashoka and also the sister of Mahindra. Sanghamitta entered the Bhikkhuni monastic order at the same time as her brother entered the Bhikkhu monastic order. In addition, Sanghamitta then was invited by the king of Sri Lanka to bring Buddhism to Sri Lanka. And when she brought the practice to Sri Lanka, she also brought a cutting of a Bodhi tree, which remains there to this very day and is one of the oldest living trees in the world. When we celebrate Sanghamitta Day, we're reminded of how both men and women are equal in the ability to become awakened. I remember when I first came to the temple in Fremont, the Buddhist temple in Fremont, I was really disappointed to hear that I might just have to wait until I was reborn in a male body in order to become awakened and be fully receptive to the Buddha's teachings. Meeting Ayatata Aloka and becoming involved in Dhammadharini really changed my outlook on Buddhism and made it possible for me to go forward and to continue to practice. I'm so grateful to Sanghamitta and to the Bhikkhuni Sangha for opening the eyes of the world towards the universal possibility of enlightenment, regardless of gender. I'm also grateful to all of you for all of the support that you've offered the Bhikkhuni Sangha through Dhammadharini in the past year. This has been a very trying year for all of us, and yet all of you have come through and made the continued existence of Dhammadharini a certainty. Thank you so very much for everything that you've done. Celebrating Sanghamitta Day, the advent of Buddhism and the possibility of awakening to Sri Lanka and throughout the world, now in the United States, as a matter of fact, just brings us all hope for the future. And I think in this difficult year, it's especially important to celebrate this possibility. Because we are hoping that our future will be brighter. And I know that we will, through our practice, we will be able to achieve this. I'm hopeful that you all will continue to support Dhammadharini this year. And today we're offered the possibility to participate in a special project, which is to build a COVID-safe dhanasala at the monastery. It's been a problem during the pandemic for us all to get together with the monastics and appreciate their wisdom in person, which is an important part of our practice. So having an outdoor COVID-safe dhanasala would allow us all to gather and hear the teachings there. In addition, we also have the opportunity to provide the requisites during the winter retreat for our Bhikkhuni Sangha. I am really hopeful that during this season of giving, you will find the generosity in your heart to offer this support to Dhammadharani in either of these projects. Happy Sanghamitta Day and best wishes for a safe and healthy new year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shari. And I know we have a couple of other members of Inspiring Generosity here together as well. So warm appreciation to all of you. Inspiring Generosity rescued us years ago when there was a big economic crash in the Bay Area when we were still very new. And I so much appreciate that. Shari's brilliance at that time of thinking up Inspiring Generosity, all of the friends who gathered together then and, made a commitment of support. Some people, they were able to offer $5 a month. So they were able to come with a group of friends and each offer like one dish for the Dana offering for the monastic community. Or just, one small part and that was good. In our monastic life, we can live with that. It's meant to be like that, as Shari is so fond of saying, even, to be able to give a spoon of rice. This is the tradition. This is the way of the Buddha, and this is the way that we ourselves love to live in the Buddha's way. So thank you and bless you to all of you. And Supatra and also Upasamaya Shirley Guak. We're going to be seeing her later. She is our International Bhikkhuni Ambassador. And she's going to be leading up the Sangha Dana a little bit later on in the afternoon after Ayasuvijana's Dhamma talk. Now I'd like to introduce to you one of our Bhantes, one of our Kalyanamitas, Venerable Bhikkhu Ananda Jyoti Thero. Some of you may know him. He has done so much work with the ancient chronicles of Sri Lanka and the ancient routes through which Buddhism spread, the Silk Road and Maritime Silk Road. Also you've probably seen one of his books offered as dana here at our monastery for many of you. There are many of them now. But he has the websites Photo Dharma and Dharma Records, and it's just shared so much. And so there's that level of sharing, and then there's the level of sharing the real heart of encouragement and support and shared values. And as the Buddha said, looking upon one another with kindly eyes, blending together like milk and water. This is a beautiful thing in this world. I welcome our Kalyanamitta, Venerable Ananda Jyoti Thero. And you can follow up and see his telling the story of Sanghamitta online with the maps. I'm hoping I'll get him next year to be able to work on this and share with you together. For now, I welcome our Bhante Ananda Jyoti.
My dear sisters in the Dhamma, greetings to you on this December full moon day. It is a day that we remember a very important event in the history of the Sasana, which is the day 6 months after Venerable Mahinda had landed in Sri Lanka as part of the Ashokan missions. He sent for his sister to come and give ordination to Queen Anula and the 500 royal ladies who were requesting ordination, having gained faith in the Sasana. Around 10 years ago, I was interested enough to begin work on the first translation of sections of the extended Mahawamsa. Most people, I think, are aware of the Mahawamsa. It's the chronicle of the life of the Sasana in India and in Sri Lanka from ancient times up until the present day. Not everybody knows that there is an extended version of that text which gives much more detail. It's probably around twice as long as the well-known version of the Mahawamsa. At the present day, it's only found in Khmer letter editions, so it's sometimes known as the Cambodian Mahawamsa. But that can be a little misleading because without any doubt, this extended version was prepared in Sri Lanka, it seems. And it just fills in many of the details that are not found in the basic text itself. So it's very interesting. I was interested at the time in the Ashokan missions and how they had gone out and the effect that that had had on the dispensation, on spreading the Buddha's teaching, not only in the heartland, which is where it was flourishing at the time, but also to the border countries, what were considered border countries around India. And it's because of this passage of the Bodhisasana to the border countries that it eventually got to China and then Vietnam, Korea, and Japan on the one hand, that it came to Sri Lanka, that it went out to Suvarnabhumi, which is probably either Myanmar or Thailand, and from there also passed to Indonesia and Cambodia and so on. So this is a very important part of the history of the Sasana, because as we all know, eventually the religion basically died out in its heartland. There's still some remnants, but not very many. So where it survived was, the reason it survived is because it went out to the border countries and found a new home outside of India. Now that work was very interesting. And one of the things that it showed, it's published on my website as the Ashokan Missions in the text and translations part of the website. Now, normally on the website, when I've prepared a text and translation, I normally extract an English-only version. This is a kind of simplified version normally, which takes away a lot of the textual notes, grammatical notes, and so forth, and produces what you might say a kind of more fluent read just in the English without the kind of technical notes that go with a text and translation. And so I was preparing or about to prepare an English version of the Ashokan Missions. And it struck me that one of the things that we could do is extract the information concerning the Bhikkhunis and the role of women in the propagation of the Sasana in these important missions. you know, all texts are, of course, an editorial effort of some sort or another. The Mahawamsa itself had been a rewriting and a re-editing of the Dipawamsa. The Dipawamsa appears to have been produced earlier in Sri Lanka and possibly in a nunnery, because the reason we think that is because there is so much information about the nuns' lineage and nuns' affairs that are retained in the Dipawamsa. Now, when the Mahawamsa came to be written, much of that information was excised from the text. It obviously didn't suit the new writer to focus on the Bhikkhuni affairs, and instead they took those materials out and focused on the monastic, the male monastic order and their affairs, and particularly, of course, on the Mahavihara and the Orthodox Theravada tradition. We can say in a way that the Mahawamsa is an orthodox retelling of the history of the Sasana as it leads up to and confirms the Mahavihara in Sri Lanka. Now, myself, I wanted to do something a little contrary to that, which was to focus on the Bhikkhuni order and the role of women in the passing down of the Sasana. We all have to make choices about what we're emphasizing, about what we're talking about what we're working on and so forth. And it seems to me in the present day that one of the important things is to support the re-emergence of the Bhikkhuni order throughout the world, of course. As you will know, one of the main centres for this has been in Sri Lanka, and one of the main reasons for that is that Arahat Sanghamitta is such a heroine in the country. She is like the mother of the nation in a way that Mahinda is like a father of the nation. And the two of them are both equally honoured in Sri Lanka. You get roads are named after both of them. The first place I ever stayed in Sri Lanka was called Sanghamitta Mawata. I didn't know who Venerable Sanghamitta was at that time, but I remembered this road that I was staying on, and later it all kind of came to make sense and everything. You also get a Sanghamitta college, same as you get a Mahinda college, and schools are named after her and so on. She's very central to the life of Buddhism in Sri Lanka. And because of this, I think it's one of the reasons that Sri Lanka has been so prominent in the support of the reintroduction of the Bhikkhuni order in the present day. You see, this is another choice that has been made because the Sasana was built on these two pillars of the Bhikshu the Bhikshu Sangha and the Bhikkhuni Sangha. In the present day, it also still has an effect. If that history had been forgotten, which it could very well have been, if it had been completely forgotten, it would look like a Bhikshu-only event in the history of the Sasana. But fortunately, that was not the case, and we have all this information about the roles that Bhikshunis played in the propagation of the Sasana. The extended Mahawamsa covers the whole of Venerable Sanghamitta's life, from her birth in Awanti to her marriage and her having a son, and then later her husband going forth, and then later she herself goes forth as well, and also her son goes forth, to her going to Bodh Gaya to get the Bodhi tree, and then coming to the coast of India and setting sail for Sri Lanka with 11 other nuns in order to bring the Bhikkhuni Sangha to Sri Lanka so they could give the ordinations to the Queen and to the royal ladies, and to help establish the Sasana in Sri Lanka. It does go on covering all the monasteries and nunneries that she founded in Sri Lanka, and what was the fate of the Sasana during her lifetime, and it brings it up until her passing. It's a very sad read in many ways when we read about this, all the great deeds and great effort that people put into it, and then the king who had supported it, King Devanampiya first of all passes away, then his brother passes away, King Muntasiva, and then Mahinda passes away, and his companions pass away, and then Venerable Sanghamitta also passes away. And the first generation that had helped establish the Sasana in Sri Lanka all pass away, and it's passed on to the following generations. On the one hand, it's very sad to read this. On the other hand, it's very inspiring because we see how the Sasana was passed down from teacher to disciple throughout the ages. And this is how the life of the Sasana has come down to us. It's very interesting, I think, that when Mahinda died, there was a huge festival in Sri Lanka that went on for 7 days while they were paying respects to him, and there was a big procession of the body and so on and so forth before they cremated. And exactly the same honours were paid to Venerable Sanghamitta when she passed away later. So it shows how high respect Arhat Sanghamitta was held in. She was not considered in any way inferior to her brother, who had been the root of the Sasana in Sri Lanka, because she was also a root for the Bhikkhuni order. So there was these great honours, 7 days of celebrations, a great procession before she was cremated. As I say, coming down to the present day, she's still remembered. This is a very important day in Sri Lanka in December, because of the introduction of the Bhikkhuni order, in the same way that the full moon day in June is very important in Sri Lanka. Normally, I don't know about this year because of the difficulties that everybody is facing, but normally in Sri Lanka, about 5 million people, which is about 25 or 30% of the Buddhist population of Sri Lanka, about 5 million people will normally go to Mahintali during the June full moon day for the celebrations, because this is such an important event. It's even more important than Vesak or Katina like this. And similarly, it's a very important day for the December full moon day in Sri Lanka. because of the introduction of the Bhikkhuni order. So as I was saying earlier, we have choices to make in the present day as well. We can choose to ignore the re-establishment of the Bhikkhuni order. We can choose to support it. We can choose to oppose it, which unfortunately some monastics have done. I mean, I think possibly in all sincerity, but nevertheless, this is a choice that they have made according to their understanding. I think it's an important thing for me anyway, that we support the re-establishment, back to understanding our full history of the Sasana, and then we might have to make choices to emphasize certain things that happened in the Sasana so that we can re-establish the Bhikkhuni Sasana in the present day. Okay, dear sisters, this is what I wanted to say to you on this day. It's a very joyful day. It's a very important day. It's a very meaningful day, not only for Bhikshunis, for everybody, of course, in the Sasana, because this is part of the life of the Sasana, and we should all be very happy and in a good mood about what is about these events. We should try to remember our history. I always think this is a very important thing, because our history is what has given us momentum in the present. And if we put the right emphasis on, we can send the Sasana down into the future in a more complete and wholesome form for the future generations to come.
Sadhu, 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 anumodama. Thank you very much, Bhante, for that wonderful talk, inspiring and encouraging. And you know, this is a different view, isn't it? Let's see, I can switch this. I'm here because our other camera is going to go in just a moment to Venerable Bhikkhuni Suchita Terry, who is going to offer us the opportunity to renew our refuges and precepts. And I'd just like to tell you then, coming up, also some of the places that Bhante was talking about, hopefully we're going to be visiting later this afternoon in India. Sanghamitta Terry's hometown. We're going to take a trip there with an archaeologist in India, Dr. Garima Kaushik. And then also to Sanghamitta Stupa in Sri Lanka in Anuradhapura with Venerable Bandarawela Dhammadharani. Hopefully, we'll see if all the technical miracles allow. Now, for everyone who would like to undertake or affirm their refuges and precepts, our tech support is going to be putting them up on the screen for you, we hope, in Pali and English. And we invite Venerable Bhikkhuni Suchita Terry to lead us up in this, and Nekama Linda, who is here with us at the monastery, will be leading up and making the request and reciting the refuges and precepts on behalf of our whole lay community. So if you would like to join in together, your mic will be off. You'll be able to hear Linda and Suchita, and welcome to follow along together. So now, Nimon, we would like to invite Venerable Suchita Terry. Now is the time for the renewal and undertaking of our 3 refuges and precepts.
Aye, Ti Saramena Saha Pancha Silani Yachama Dutiyampi Mayam Aye, Ti Saramena Saha Pancha Silani Yachama Tatiyampi Mayam Aye, Ti Saramena Saha Pancha Silani Yachama. Aye, we request the 3 refuges and the 5 precepts. For the second time, Aye, we request the 3 refuges and the 5 precepts. For the third time, Aye, we request the 3 refuges and the 5 precepts.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Homage to the blessed, noble, and perfectly enlightened one. Homage to the blessed, noble, and perfectly enlightened one. Homage to the blessed, noble, and perfectly enlightened one.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Homage to the blessed, noble, and perfectly enlightened one. Homage to the blessed, noble, and perfectly enlightened one. Homage to the blessed, noble, and perfectly enlightened one.
Buddhang saranang gacchami, Dhammang saranang gacchami, Sanghang saranang gacchami. To the Buddha I go for refuge, to the Dhamma I go for refuge, to the Sangha I go for refuge.
Buddhang
Saranam gacchami, Dhammam saranam gacchami, Sangham saranam gacchami. To the Buddha I go for refuge, to the Dhamma I go for refuge, to the Sangha I go for refuge.
Tatiyampi Buddhang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi Tutiyampi Dhammang saranang gacchami, Tutiyampi Sanghang saranang gacchami. For the second time to the Buddha I go for refuge, For the second time to the Dhamma, I go for refuge. For the second time to the Sangha, I go for refuge.
Dutiyampi Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Dutiyampi Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Dutiyampi Sangham Saranam Gacchami. For the second time to the Buddha, I go for refuge. For the second time to the Dhamma, I go for refuge. For the second time to the Sangha, I go for refuge.
Tatiyampi Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Tatiyampi Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Tatiyampi Sangham Saranam Gacchami. For the third time to the Buddha, I go for refuge. For the third time to the Dhamma, I go for refuge. For the third time to the Sangha, I go for refuge.
Tatiyampi Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Tatiyampi Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Tatiyampi Sangham Saranam Gacchami. For the third time to the Buddha, I go for refuge. For the third time to the Sangha, I go for refuge. For the third time to the Sangha, I go for refuge.
Tisarana Gamanam Nititam. The three refuges are completed.
Amma Aye.
You do the 5 precepts. 5 precepts you
Yes, I'm ready.
So this is the only for you. So I have to do that here?
Yes.
Okay. Anatipata veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. I undertake the precept to refrain from taking the life of any living creature.
Anatipata veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. I undertake the precept to refrain from taking the life of any living creature.
Adinadana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. I undertake the precept to refrain from taking that which is not given.
Adinadana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. I undertake the precept to refrain from taking that which is not given.
Kame sumichachara veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. I undertake the precept to refrain from sexual misconduct.
Kame sumichachara veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Bhikkhuni. I undertake the precept to refrain from sexual misconduct.
Usavada Veramani Sikapadam Samadhiyami. I undertake the precept to refrain from forced and harmful speech.
Musavada Veramani Sikapadam Samadhiyami. I undertake the precept to refrain from false and harmful speech.
Surameraya Majapamadhatana Veramani Sikapadam Samadhiyami. I undertake the precept to refrain from consuming intoxicating drink and drugs which lead to carelessness.
Surameraya Majapamadhatana Veramani Sikapadam Samadhiyami. I undertake the precept to refrain from consuming intoxicating drinks and drugs leading to carelessness.
Imani pancha sikkhapadani sillena sugatinyanti sillena bhoga sampada sillena vibhutinyanti tasma sillam visotaye. These are the 5 precepts. Virtue is the source of the happiness. Virtue is the source of true wealth. Virtue is the source of peacefulness. Therefore, let virtue be purified.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Anumodhana to Ayasuchita and to Nekama Linda for leading us up in our undertaking and our affirmation, our strengthening and renewal of our 3 refuges and 5 precepts. Now we're going to be hearing from our children. Children's Dhamma School. 3 Refuges song. You can, if you recognize it, you can sing along together with us. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. So thanks so much to all of the friends and our young friends who offered this. I don't think Ayasubijana has ever had such a jazzy, such a smart recitation of the refuges before her Dhamma talk before. These are our children, many of whom we've known even before they emerged into the world, and from very small up till now, from the Dhamma school at Buddhi Vihara, the children of our close friends and supporters. Now we're going to invite Aya Suvijana, Venerable Bhikkhuni Suvijana Terry, to offer our afternoon Dhamma talk today in commemoration of Sanghamitta Terry's great journey with the Bhikkhuni Sangha and the Bodhi tree from the Indian shores to the shore of Sri Lanka. We think this time now leading up on the full moon is actually approximately the time that she would have arrived on the shores of Jambukola, or Dhammakola Padana in Sri Lanka, and she would be giving ordination. The Bhikkhuni Sangha would be giving ordination to Uparani, Vice Queen, Anula Devi, and a large number of her companions who become stream enterers and stream wonders, and then who had been training in preparation for Bhikkhuni ordination. So they are said to have then, during this very time now, leading up to the full moon, many of them are said to have become Arahantas with Parani, Vice Queen Anula Devi being foremost amongst them. She was the first among all of the Sri Lankan people, according to the chronicles, to become an Arahanta or Arahanti. Not just the first woman, but the first. So right around this time leading up to the full moon, then all of them left the seacoast and took the journey inland to the capital in a great procession that included, I think, more than 1,000 bhikkhunis, together with Arahanti Teri Sanghamitta and the bhikkhunis who accompanied her, Mahinda Tero, King Devanampiyatissa, Queen Anula's separated husband, the Baraja Viceroy Mahanama, all of them in procession together with the Bodhi tree sapling going to Anuradhapura. So now we'd like to invite Venerable Bhikkhuni Suvijana Teri to offer the Dhamma Desana, Dhamma talk for this afternoon. We invite her. She is not here with us now. She's at Heartwood Retreat Center in North Carolina. Welcome, Aya. Glad to have you with our community again today on our Sanghamitta Day. Greetings to everyone on this day of our observance of Sanghamitta Day. I'm Ayatata Loka and I'm here with Aya Suvijana. Aya Suvijana is on with us from Heartwood in North Carolina. I'm going to give a brief introduction to her. Many of you already know her, and maybe some of you don't. She's been with our Dhammadharini community for a long time, from nearly the beginning. So Aya Suvijana, or Venerable Bhikkhuni Suvijana Teri, has been meditating for over 30 years. She was introduced to insight meditation in 2001 after many years of Zen practice, and she started monastic practice in the Theravada tradition in 2006. Her full ordination was in 2010 at our Aranya Bodhi Awakening Forest Hermitage during our first Vasa there. And now in 2020, she is our newest Teri in our North American Bhikkhuni Sangha. It's been 10 years since her full ordination as a Bhikkhuni, her Bhikkhuni Upasampada. She is a beloved and much appreciated teacher in our community, and she had her last Vasa at Aranya Bodhi Hermitage, and afterwards she was the recipient of our Bhikkhuni Sangha's bestowal of the Katina, the robe of merit, which I think she's wearing today. So we're very glad to see her again and appreciate her joining us during her time at Heartwood. And we'd like to welcome her to share her Dhamma reflection on Sanghamitta, Queen Anula, and I making, I, my, me, and my making, or not. Welcome, Venerable Bhikkhuni Suvijana Teri.
Thank you, Ai. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Bhutam Dhammam Sangham Namasami. So the full moon of December is celebrated as we are now Sanghamitta Day, Sanghamitta's arrival to Sri Lanka. So It's a big day in Sri Lanka. And then for Bhikkhunis, it's actually a very significant day too. So many Bhikkhunis and other people recognize this day. I'm doing a reflection that is based on a beautiful painting that was made depicting Sanghamitta's arrival 2,300 years ago. I have a picture, a card that was made previous to an Anagarika ordination that happened about 15 years ago. Not mine, but another member now who's a Bhikkhuni. This is actually Bhikkhuni Santusika's card that she sent out. So I'll be speaking about that image. But first I wanted to just give a little bit of background about Sanghamitta's arrival. I think probably other people will be talking about this, but I'll just give a very brief introduction about it, just so that it's in the context of this talk that I'm about to give. So this particular image is showing the arrival of Sanghamitta. And she was invited to Sri Lanka because she, for one reason, she was an arahant. And she was the sister of the arahant Mahinda, who was already in Sri Lanka giving teachings. Invited to Sri Lanka. He was giving his teachings to the royalty as well as the lay people. And amongst the royalty, Queen Anula was very inspired, so inspired by the teachings, so moved by the teachings, that she and some of the other ladies in the court attained stages of awakening. They attained Sotapanna, and they attained, they attained Sotapanna, which is stream entry, and they attained once returner, some of them. So at least Queen Anula had become once returner. So they were so inspired, these ladies were so inspired to ordain that they saw the need for Sanghamitta to come. They invited the Arahant Sanghamitta, Venerable Sanghamitta, to Sri Lanka. So the king, Tisa, had arranged with Emperor Asoka, who is Venerable Sanghamitta's father, to arrive. And it's said that the king was so excited that Sanghamitta had come that he entered the waters, he entered the ocean waters to greet her, and he put his arms up in Anjali. This is the picture here of her arrival. There was another postcard that I had, this particular postcard of her arrival, and I was going to give it as a gift. I actually did give it as a gift to somebody, and I looked at it, and I saw on the back of the card, it said, "The arrival of the Bodhi tree to Sri Lanka." And it didn't say anything about Sanghamitta. And so I was a little disappointed. I said, oh, well, whoever produced this card had a different concept of what was going on. And then I started reflecting about how women are often seen as less than men, or, a different social standing, and they're often their positive qualities, their greatness is either ignored, overlooked, or just kind of diminished. So as I was reflecting about this, the idea, the concept of the conceit of I am started coming up. And so I started thinking this was really a significant topic to talk about today. I also remembered a different time. Ayatollah will remember this. We had gone on tour with the large, it's actually in the background of Ayati's image. I don't know if she's visible on the screen, but when you do see, she's got that same print that we were taking on tour. We had a Sanghamitta Day tour around the Bay Area. And so we would load all these props in the car and the pictures and the print in the car. And then we would go to different meditation centers, and IIT would give a talk on Sanghamitta. So one of the centers, after the talk, people were kind of milling around, and I was standing next to the print, and a man came up to the print, and he looked at the print and he said, "Is that Sanghamitta?" And he was pointing to the king. And the king in the picture has jewels and long hair, and he's down on the water in a lower position, and Sanghamitta's up in a superior position. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. That perception. He's, because of outward appearance, because of superficial appearances, he assumed that the king was a woman. So I said, no, I pointed to the image of Sanghamitta. I said, no, this is Sanghamitta here. And yet another time, this was previous to that, I was in England, and I had a picture of this particular painting again, this famous painting again. And I was showing it to somebody, and she said, "Oh, is that a bhikkhu?" And I said, "No, that's Sanghamitta Terry. It's a woman, And she was kind of shocked, because at that time, 15 years ago in England, she hadn't had the opportunity to meet a fully ordained Bhikkhuni. She hadn't, that was like not in her consciousness. So, so these kind of things happen all the time. It's based on gender, or based on race, or based on social status. People kind of think of people as superior or inferior or equal. It causes a lot of difficulty in our lives. So I started reflecting about how King Tisa had let go of these ideas of status. When he entered the water, when he entered the ocean waters, this wasn't occurring in his mind. He wasn't thinking about high or low, or he was just, he had to let go of his, any kind of, feeling of superiority due to status, or due to gender, to enter the water and to honor the incoming Arahant. He just saw the Arahant coming. He honored Sanghamitta. He was very grateful for her arrival. So he let all those ideas of status, he just put that all aside. And for Sanghamitta to be an Arahant, she completely destroyed the conceit of I am. This is one of the fetters that is last to be destroyed. before arhatship. So she was completely free of any idea of status or gender, any concept of I. So the conceit of I am has three different forms of, as I was saying, superior to, inferior to, or equal to. And it's a comparison to others, to me, the sense of me, I. And it contributes to suffering in the world. It causes divisions in the world. We want to see, or we need to see ourselves in a particular relationship to other people. And most of us want to see ourselves as at least equal, or maybe superior to. And sometimes we have to see ourselves or have a fixed view of ourselves as inferior to in order to survive, because we have to put ourselves into a subordinate position in order to be able to keep a job or be able to function in a society that puts whatever, however people are judging one another. They put people in particular roles and status, and it's part of the maybe dysfunction of society. I guess you may say it's part of how society functions, but it's a dysfunctionality. So due to the law of impermanence, all this changes all the time. Our fixed view of ourselves change. Wealth, if you have wealth, we can lose it easily. If we're strong and young and healthy, we can lose that really easily. But we do this comparison based on these things, our physical abilities, our skin color, our gender. Well, maybe you might say that gender can be also change, but our roles based on all these things can change, and our view of ourselves that's the main thing. How we see ourselves based on these things is very transient. Due to conditions, we might be in a lower status or feel oppressed. And then we start rebelling against this oppression. And then we start gathering together with people that have the same kind of suffering. And then we see ourselves as equal to them. And then we see the people that are oppressing us as inferior. And then, so they're the bad guys and we're the good guys. So all this goes on in our, internally, how we see ourselves. So first we might see ourselves as inferior, then we see ourselves as equal, and then we see ourselves as superior, and the other people as inferior because their politics are wrong, or what they're how their behavior is wrong. So this is internal and external things that change all the time as far as this conceit of I am. It's like this just in constant flux. It's not anything that's fixed, although we might think it's fixed. And this is, you might say that's part of how the suffering happens. So this internal view of ourselves, we're always we're struggling to keep it stable, but it's always in flux. So if we start to be aware of this process, then we can start letting go of the conceit of I am. We can start letting go of this suffering that comes up due to this comparing all the time. So you might think, why is inferiority a conceit? This is one thing that came up when I first heard of this concept. I said, also a part of me went, oh, even thinking you're inferior is bad, because I kind of had an inferiority conflict. But there's still the I am there, this comparison to other people. And also there's this kind of thing that can happen too, where if I think I'm humble, that's actually good. And you might think that superiority is and arrogance is not good. And so being humble, you're superior to those who are arrogant. So it can get really twisted around. Or you might have a confused sense of non-self and thinking that humility is non-self. I think I've also encountered that kind of thinking where thinking that you're less than or very humble and very demeaning or something like that is some sign of non-self. But we're still tangled up in this comparison to others. We're still having this sense of I am. So we have to be aware of the subtle ways that it manifests as well as the blatant way it manifests. So if we're clinging to a perception of self and clinging to a perception based on a comparison to others, that's the classic three ways of the conceit of I am manifests. Also with the conceit of I am equal, like especially in America, this is like almost sacred to be equal to others. And this also causes a lot of anxiety and anger and suffering because we're still comparing ourselves to others. We're still wanting to be, or we might want to be equal to the best. If I'm equal to somebody, I have to be equal to the best. So and then things are always changing and there are differences. People are different from one another. And there's like people have some really excellent qualities and then they have some difficult qualities. So, and then that's always in flux too. So we're always comparing and trying to think of how we can be equal to somebody else and angry because people aren't treating us equally, then it's still a cause of suffering. And it's still clinging to a sense of I am. So according to the Buddhist teaching, as I was saying before, the conceit of I am does not leave us until arahantship. And that a non-returner, one of the Buddha's disciples compared this conceit as like a scent of a flower. So it doesn't belong to any of the 5 khandhas or the 5 aggregates. And the 5 aggregates being form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. So this is a very subtle, it becomes more subtle as we are able to let go of it. So how do we let go of this conceit of I am? First, we have to really examine closely how this is causing suffering for ourselves and identify it within ourselves, see it how it's arising. And then we can see how it's a cause of suffering, of dukkha, maybe suffering, stress, distress, all this mental instability is dukkha. And that comes up with this conceit of I am, no matter how it manifests. So if we're better, we want to really hold on to our, we think we're better, we see ourselves in a superior position, and we really struggle to sustain that. If there's any threat to it, that position, then we get very upset. And a lot of people do a lot of harmful things to try to sustain this air or whatever power they have, whether it's financial or political. We can see a lot of suffering in politics over somebody not wanting to let go of their position. We can see a lot of discord in families because people are trying to really, maintain a position of superiority in the family. And because of changes and things, it's always unstable. So people just really struggle with that. Or we want to be, as I was saying, we want to be equal to those that we see are superior people. If the idea of equality isn't just kind of like this flat line kind of thing, it's if most people would want to be equal to somebody who they see as supreme or good, or whatever their values are, they want to be equal to those people. So as I was saying, in a course of a lifetime, who we want to associate with, who we want to feel equal to, who, our positions are always changing. So this causes a lot of stress for people, a lot of mental distress. So we start looking at this as a cause of dukkha. We see, as I was saying, the 5 aggregates of clinging. We're clinging to these and associating with these in respects to I am. It's the focuses of the grasping mind is another way of talking about the aggregates. And the clinging is the clinging of I am in regards to the body, to feelings, to perceptions, volitional formations, and consciousness. So getting back to 2,300 years ago, you can imagine how the royalty felt, how they had this comparison to one another, just like today. And they may have felt equal or superior or inferior based on a lot of things, based on the wealth they had, their position, who they were married to, the sense pleasures they were enjoying, their social standing compared to the common people they probably felt superior to. So the ladies of the court had the opportunity to hear the teachings of the Buddha as taught by the Arahant Mahinda. So Queen Anula, it said she had reached once returners, and had requested full ordination. They had been hearing the teachings from the Satya Samyutta, which is the connected discourses on the truths. And it's and within that, there's the teaching of the setting in motion the wheel of Dhamma. And this goes into a lot of detail about the Four Noble Truths, the Noble Eightfold Path, and certainly about the aggregates of clinging. So we can imagine how these teachings really penetrated their minds, how they were able to make a breakthrough hearing these teachings. And their idea of status was challenged, shaken up, but they went through some kind of paradigm shift in order to wish to let go of their status, to let go of their wealth. They had a radical shift in perception, and they could give up all their royal status and wish to be monastics. So they asked for Sanghamitta's, they asked for the full ordination, and the Arhat Mahinda said he wasn't able to do it as a bhikkhu. We needed a bhikkhuni. So he said to invite his sister to arrive. So based on these teachings in the suttas, they were inspired to ordain. They cut off their hair, they put on yellow robes, and King Tisa had provided them with a monastery. So until Sanghamitta's arrival, they were 10 precept nuns. They were novice nuns. So after her arrival, after Venerable Sanghamitta's arrival, they received full ordination. They received Bhikkhuni ordination. And I hadn't found whether they had become arhants or not. I think at least Queen Anula had. I'm not sure. But the conceit of I am is given up completely at arhantship, and it no longer arises. And it's the complete letting go of the sense of I am, the conceit of I am, and the complete cessation of suffering. So I hope this is helpful information for all of us. A contemplation. I offer this contemplation for your consideration.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Anumodami. Thank you very much for that Dhamma reflection. As you were speaking, I was also contemplating that for Queen Anula Devi and her retinue, listening to those teachings that you were speaking of, then with their stream entry, Sotapatipana, with their stream entries, and there's a kind of self-view that falls away with that called Sakkaya Ditti. And this is literally, Sakkaya means like really I am this body, is one of the main forms of it. And so what you were talking about, like related to gender or race or ethnicity or even age, all of that people judge by their physical bodies. And so they, even being royalty as compared to a male monk, Arahanta, like the Maha Arahat Mahinda Thero or Maha Arahanti Sanghamitta Theri, they're, maybe like a different gender, different nationality, different race, different ages, potentially, but with Sakkaya Ditti being falling away with their stream entry, and then really that right view being established then with their stream winning, then they must have been able like to get over all that's related to the body and age and gender and race and everything. I imagine that might have been a part of their being
then so brave, so daring, and so absolutely clear in seeing the Dhamma and seeing the path about what really matters and what doesn't. I imagine this being a part of their inspiration then to request entry into the monastic life. And then it said that Anula Devi was the very first among the Sri Lankan people to become an Arahanti or Arahanta before anyone else. So how absolutely amazing and wonderful and incredible. So then those last vestiges of egoic self-view related to inferiority, superiority, and equality then fell away for her with that. Imagining it is such a great relief. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. I really appreciate your Dhamma sharing for us in commemoration of Sanghamitta Teri's great arrival with Bhikkhuni Sangha, bringing the full awakening in the female form for those who do care about bodies. And the Bodhi tree. How sweet. Mahinda Taro, even as an Arahanta, so loved the sight of the Buddha's awakening and this tree that symbolized it. And to think of bringing that precious living symbol to put down its roots in the soil. Although the Buddha said that really the roots of the Dhamma and the path are established when a native of the land enters into the monastic life, and then when they attain stream entry, when they see the noble path for themselves and the Dhamma wheel turns for them. So again, Sadhu, very nice to see you at Harvard, and thank you so much for joining us. I hope that maybe during our winter retreat time for our Uposatha program, for everyone joining the retreat together, that we might be able to see you and hear your teaching one more time. Then we'll see if that works out. I'm so glad you could join us, I wish you all the best of the noble path.
Thank you,
Glad that you could be here with all of us. Anumodhana, sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. So, like a miracle, I disappeared from one part of the monastery and appeared in another part of the monastery here together with our monastic community in the meditation hall. And now it's the time of Sangha. I understand that our international Bhikkhuni ambassador, Upasamaya Shirley Guak, is planning on leading up in the offering of Sanghadana, leading up the lay community and anyone who would like to offer together. Do we have you here, Upasamaya Shirley Guak?
Yes. Can you hear me? Hello?
Now for everyone who wishes to join in together, there she is. Greetings, Upasamaya Shirley. Some of you may remember a couple of years ago then Shirley and Ananaya together undertook the lifetime 8 precepts and lifetime refuges and lifetime 8 precepts. And our Dhammadrini Support Foundation has also appointed Shirley as a board member emeritus as our international Bhikkhuni ambassador. So what better person to lead up our whole community in the offering of Sanghadana? As you may have heard, then whatever is offered, whatever people wish to offer related to this day is going to be going to the Dana Sala project, outdoors, open air, for COVID safety, for an offering for our greater community to be able to make offerings, receive blessings, and hear the Dhamma outside, socially distanced in the open air in a nice spot. We think it will be good for the long term, even after pandemic, that it will be a great gift. And then also offering all requisites for the winter retreat that we have coming up, starting soon. So welcome Upasamaya Shirley Kwok. And then we have, after you lead up for this part of the Sangha, then we have a surprise. And then we'll invite the monastic community to chant and share blessings and dedication of merit together. Following that, we'll have a little meditation break. And then we'll be also chanting together Queen Anula's awakening and Sanghamitta's journey. Everyone will be then invited to join in chanting and sharing in the blessings of this journey together. So are you ready, Upasamaya Shirley Kwok?
Yes, thanks, Ayati. I invite everyone to join with me in the response.
Show her. She has a few words to start.
Yes. So we may share the merits together. So venerables and everyone, greetings.
Can you show Shirley? Oh, thank you. Ah, there she is. Yes, now is the time for your greetings. And then the Sangha chanting text is being prepared for everyone who would like to join in together.
Oh, greetings and venerables and all my Dhamma friends. Thank you, Ayati, for your introduction. I invite everyone to join me in the response of the Sangha so we may share the merits together.
I'd like to start with Namo Tassa 3 times. And everyone who would like to join in together, you're welcome. You're welcome to join in reciting together. And the text will be on the screen for you.
Make the screen larger. Make the text larger.
Upasamaya Shirley, welcome to begin by reciting Namo Tassa, Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa 3 times.
Thank you. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa.
And everyone who likes to join in offering together, then you're welcome to recite together. Place your hands before your heart in Anjali, or just think about your uniting your hearts together in appreciation for the beauty and goodness of the generosity of so many people, which offers us this great opportunity in the Buddha's way together. So please repeat after me.
Imani Mayang Aye Sankatanani Bhikkhuni Sangha Ono Jayama No Aye Bhikkhuni Sangho Imani Sankatanani Patigan Hatu Patigan Hatu Amhakam Amhakam Dikaratang Itaya Sukhaya Venerables we now present these Sangha gifts to the Bhikkhuni Sangha. May the Bhikkhuni Sangha accept these gifts for our long-term benefit and the happiness it gives us. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Welcome, go ahead and put her on the screen. And now we have, before we invite our Sangha to chant the blessings, we have something special, a special surprise. My mom, still alive, Mom Trisha, she wanted to offer Sanghadana today on this Sanghamitta day for our community in lieu of Christmas and in lieu of my having children and grandchildren. She's offering Sanghamitta day, Sanghadana to the monastic community. So, please. And I invite you to join in rejoicing together. Sadhu. She's not ready. Sadhu. Sadhu.
Sound good audio because I'm muted.
Anumodami. So now like to think about dedication of merit, sharing blessings for everyone who has contributed in whatever kind of way, through the offering of useful things, through the offering of food, through the offering of our robes, of these place of our lodgings at our monastery and hermitage, those who have offered tech support and volunteer support in so many ways, and all of the equipment that has supported our being able to share together today. Everything that's supporting our lives is a gift of others. We rejoice in all of these gifts. And I rejoice in the gift of my mom Krisha, Sanghadana, to our whole monastic community here today, and would like to share the merits and blessings with all of my maternal relatives, especially my deceased maternal grandmother and maternal grandfather and maternal aunts and uncles and my whole family line back 7 generations. I invite the monastic community to chant blessings together. May we all rejoice in our hearts for the goodness of all of our generosity, including the generosity of the Dhammadana that is being offered today, the great offerings of all of our preceptors and teachers and everything that's been offered as a goodwill gift is magnified by our Anumodhana. To invite Honorable Suchita Terry, and I'm going to pour out the water on behalf of everyone, and particularly my mom and my maternal relatives.
Yata variva pura paripurenti sagaram eva meva ito dinam etanam upakapati ichitam patitam tumam kipameva Sami satu sabe purentu sangkapa chando panaraso yata manijo tiraso yata
Samvidyo Nigajantu
Sabarogo vinasatu Mate bhavatwantarayo Sukhi vidayuko bhava Abhivadana siri sanicam Uddhapachayino Chattaro Dhamma Vatanti Ayuvano Sukham Bhalam.
Have every good blessing.
May all the devas protect you by the power of all the Buddhas. May you ever be well. May you have every good blessing. May all the devas protect you by the power of all the Dhamma. May you ever be well. May you have every good blessing. May all the devas protect you by the power of all the Sangha. May you ever be well. Sadhu, sadhu.
So as our monastic community continues to chant, you'll see the chanting on the screen, and all are welcome to listen, meditate together, read, or join in the chanting together to your heart's content. I'm going to be pouring out this water again on the roots of the Bodhi tree as an offering to all living beings, especially for all those who have been affected by so many kinds of sickness and illness and death, near or far, human or non-human, to the many living beings in our world, and sharing the blessings and dedication of merit. Sabbe sata bhavantu sukhitata awera sukhajivino. This is the chanting time, isn't it? We have actually, it seems we have a couple of minutes of meditation before the chanting starts. Is it true?
It's in the schedule, and we're on our schedule.
Okay.
Is the meditation?
Actually, we have 2 minutes of meditation time now, quietly, before the chanting begins.
Sanghamitta and the Journey of the Bodhi Tree. Teranam Vandanataya Devi Piyanuragata Sadhin Panchasatiti Sutvana Dhammadesanam Taya Chitta Pasadaya Tutiyam Palamajaka Tadasa Anuradevi Ahukama Papanbajitum Sadhin Panchasatiti Idamaham Mahipatim Ajeva Pambajisama Satrayitra Sutwanatasa Rajateranga Bante Piyanuradevi Ichamanam Pambajitum Sahapanchasatiti Pavajetayitanivo Nakapati Maharaja Pavajetum Tiyoino Atipataliputrasmin Bhikkhuni me kanitaka Sanghamitta tinamena Bhagata samahusutta Agacchatu tipesehi Ranyo no pitu santikam Pabaje satisateri Agata itiyo imam Mahabodhin chaterincha Anapetum mahipati Terena uttavachanam Saramano sake kure Anto vasse kativasam Nisino terasantike Sahamache imante tva Bhagineyam sakam yayam Adittanamakamacham Tasmin kame niyojayi Tadatu anuladevi Panchakanya satecha Ante purikaiti Sadhin panchasatecha Dasasilam samadaya Kasaya vasana suci Pavaja peki seka Pekantitariyagamam Bhagineyo maharito Dhamma sukha salajino petva raja sandesam tera sandesam amlavi amacha savacho sutva turita turita tata kantva pitu sambhivansa teri teramatam bravi Mata mayam mahinduso Pesetva mama santikam Ahinitva janam ampe Kachisabhyaham iti Ahujana kulatita Anurapa mukha picha Akan kamana pabajam Gamanang me udikayum Sukam kanto asoraja Sutwa natariya vacho Asudarang pavatento Tam tering idam abhavi Mahindo ammaputo me Nataso sumano piva Ohaya idamam hemam Chinnahatang akaviya Pasanta samukam aja Tawasoko pasamati Idani tuang amma Apasanto katangaham Sokam vinodai sami Puttanata viyogajam Alang amma tayagantum Ajama agama sitwam Pituno vachanang sutva Sateri dhammadvavi Bhatuno vachanang laja Ahosi gauram mama Sading sahasaiti Deviya samaha abu Apichavantuno mayam Nakaro mivacho viram Pampajaliya chaprabu Patimanenti magatam Ichamitam maharaja Kamisami idam namam Yaritraya kantukamma Kahetva bodhimuttamam Gantva aye adunlankam Dakha subhatuno iti Magasya sukha bhake Dine patipade tato Ukipitva mahabodhim Te vanta artahi Saram munam idinehi Jatu kata kuleiso Sabakula vidanehi Kalamatang jalang tahim Orohitwa nanawayam Patita piyasadukam Sanghamitta mahaterim Sahekata sasvikurim Nawang aropahitwana pujehi vividehi va Mahabodhisattva Saravapasato Gatam Mahajana Saranyocha Pakandi Tvanato Yatim Devatahi Anekahi Puja de Kapavatita Gahetum Mahabodhim Nagakam Suvikupanam Sanghamitta Mahateri Avinya Balakaraka Supannarupa Bhutwana Etase Simahorake Teta Sita Mahaterim Uttastu Vikamanasa Dihakate Japasitva Tam Vibhutin Chateriya Vanditva Sivasapate Jivitam Yamchaim Sute Makuja Satuam Maye Amhakam Gamanam Imam Antarayo Travevaja Nadisoti Bhavisati Bodhiaya Chanatante Gami Samhamayamiti Adasisa Mahabodhim Naganam Pujitam Tana Mahabodhim Gahetwana Puja Gavavanam Gata Sattaham Naranjayena Puja Vividani Pi Pujayitva Na Anetva Navayam Tapayim Sute Tadadeva Tusanava Jambukorang Idagama Mahabodha Kamepiti Vegeneva Mahipati Garapramanam Sariram Vigahetva Suvikaro Ukipitva Mahabodhim Uttamange Sirangiso Tapetva Sabapujaya Uttaritva Samodato Sobrese Hikulehewa Tapetva Mantape Sube Divasa Dipitirewa Samudasatire Gato Divasetva Nalankinto Lankajadena Pujai Mahabodhim Yantasa Lanka Bhuvadane Sube Sadamadachabutetu Tikile Acharyehipi Tadasa Anuradevi Pan Sankha iti Sading panchasatehi va Santike papajitwana Sanghamitta teriya Sahasa bhikkhuni hewa Vadetwana vipassanam Nachura seva sateri Arahatam apapuri.
Teranang vandanataya Dewi piyanulagata Sadhing pancasatiti Sudwana dhamma desanang Taya citta pasadaya Dutiyang palamacaka Terasa nulla dewi agukama papajitung sadhing pancasatithihi idamahamahipatiং ajewa papajisama sache ichasi bhumipa Sudwana tassa vachanang raja theranga vochaso Bhande piyanula dewi ichamana papajitum Saha pancasatithihi pabajeta idaniwo Nakapati Maharaja Pabaje Tuntiyo Hino Ati Pataliputasmin Bhikkhuni Mekhanithaka Sanghamitta Dinamena Pakatasa Bahusutta Agacchatu tipesehi Ranyo no pitu santikang Babaje sati satheri Agata itiyo ima Mahabodhincha terincha Anapetung mahipati Terena uttavachanang saramano sakhe pure Ando vasse karivasang nisinno terasantike Sahamachehi mante dua bhagineyang sakang sayang Aritthanamakhamachang tasmin kamme niyojayi Tadatu anuladewi panchakanya satehi cha Ante porika ithihi sadhing panchasatehi cha Dasasilang samadaya kasaya wasana suci Pabbaja bhikkhuni sekha bhikkhanti theriyagamang Bhagineyo maharitho dhamma sokassarajino Avetwaraja sandesang Thera sandesam
Golden tree,
has reached the land of Sri Lanka.
And today the Kashaya territory on the Sonoma coast in Northern California. With our sincere love and honor and respect for our awakening ancestors, foremothers and forefathers in this great path of awakening, the way of the Buddha. Of all suffering and by realizing all simply
Akankhamana papajang gamanang mehudikayung.
Namo Sanghang Adibudaya. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa. Namo Sarve Bodhisattvaya Maha Sattvaya. My respect to all Sangha members who join this Sanghamitta Day organized by Dhammadharini. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Venerable Tataloka for inviting me to talk in brief about Venerable Sanghamitta theory. I think most of us know about Venerable Sanghamitta theory well. She was the eldest daughter of King Asoka, who brought a branch of the Bodhi tree where the Buddha got his enlightenment. The tree was planted in Anuradhapura and which still survived. I'm blessed to be able to witness this historical tree when I was in Sri Lanka during my study. Venerable Sanghamitta Theri went to Sri Lanka at the request of King Kissa to ordain Queen Anula and other women. Her establishing the Bhikkhuni Theravada in Sri Lanka brought a great contribution of the survival or revival of the Theravada Bhikkhuni Sangha nowadays. Because of her, it was possible for other Sri Lankan Theravada Bhikkhunis to travel to overseas to establish Bhikkhuni Sangha in other countries. Therefore, even though the Theravada Bhikkhuni Sangha disappeared in Sri Lanka in 1017 AD, it could be reintroduced and re-established by tracing the lineage of those bhikkhuni who traveled to China. The original Theravada Bhikkhuni Sangha lineage, which established in China, has continued function to this day. Without Venerable Sanghamitta Theri's contribution, the revival of the Theravada Bhikkhuni Sangha might not happen today. As a Theravada Bhikkhuni, we are in debt to her. Therefore, let's learn and practice Dhamma Vinaya eagerly and propagate Buddha's teaching throughout the world. Cirang Pitantu Buddhassa Sasanang. May the Buddha's teaching endure long. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Bante Sujato and
I'm Bante Karliko.
We're coming to you from the Lokanta Vihara, the monastery at the end of the world in Harris Park in Sydney. And we're here to wish you a very happy and auspicious Sanghamitta Day. And we've been asked by our wonderful Bhikkhuni friends to say a few words on this occasion. Now, Venerable, what does Sanghamitta mean to you?
Well, it's interesting. The first thing I think about when I think about Sanghamitta is all the beautiful images I've seen of her. And they're some of the most beautiful images, I think, in Buddhist art.
Okay.
Especially I'm remembering a very golden coloured one, and it's very atmospheric. There's the sea swirling. There's a beautiful ornate boat.
Right.
There's King Tissa standing in the water with his hands up. And there's Sanghamitta, proud and strong,
right,
and tall, and she's holding her bowl, and someone's holding an umbrella over her. And then next to her, of course, is the Bodhi tree in a golden pot, covered with an awning.
Right.
And I think I saw that image before I even knew who she was.
Okay.
And I remember it being a very early memory of mine. So that's what I think about when I think about Sanghamitta.
Did you maybe see that in Sri Lanka? Or where do you think you saw
No,
it?
I think I saw it probably on the cover of some books, perhaps, or maybe a translation of the Therigatha.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's so potent and rich and full of symbols and meanings.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think about.
I mean, I think that she makes, or she creates the possibility of us like being part of a story where bhikkhunis and where renunciate women are honoured and are present. And, the whole kind of thing that she's, I guess, making a landing, right? She's right there. She's making an announcement. And it's one of the kind of funny things about religion and spiritual life. Like if you look at it, you could look at it, intellectually or objectively, and you could say, well, it doesn't matter. We could, as long as we can practice the Dhamma, we can see the Four Noble Truths, then who cares, right? But the reality is a lot more complicated than that, and we feel like part of something, and as men, I think it's very easy for us to forget that we just assume we're part of the story, and everyone refers to the Buddha and they say, he. And everyone, you go there, he is sitting there. And it's so easy to let those pronouns and let that gendered perspective just be there without even noticing it. Well, it's easy for us to do that. And so we have to sort of make a conscious effort. Well, speaking for myself, you have to make a conscious effort to say, well, actually, hang on, there are other perspectives. And there are other people who have different experiences than mine. And so it's not it shouldn't be like an imposition for me to reach out and try to see things from another perspective. Actually, that's part of my practice of compassion, to look to people who have different experiences, different backgrounds, and to try to see, well, what is it like from their point of view? And when people don't have a story, you see that a lot, like even today in like media and films and TV and things like that, people talking about how important representation is.
Yeah, role models.
Role models, representation, and just to see somebody who's like you having an experience which gives you the possibility that, and I think one of the things with Sanghamitta, like it's not just like she was an arahant, right? So she was spiritually accomplished. And so that's a kind of that internal dimension of the Dhamma, which is what most of us are often most attracted to. But that internal dimension of the Dhamma only exists in the context of a larger culture.
Yeah, and apparently she was very learned.
Right.
And was very highly respected.
Yeah, so she's, I guess, makes that possibility for the Buddhist culture to acknowledge the wisdom and the worth of female renunciates. And that's something without which I don't know if I'd still be a Buddhist, to be honest. I don't want to be in a sexist religion. So yeah, I'm so glad if it wasn't for Sanghamitta, I don't know what would have happened. But anyway, we're here to celebrate Sanghamitta. We're here to celebrate all the Bhikkhunis.
That's right.
Who have followed in their footsteps. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. And we are so proud of all of our sisters, and we wish you to be happy and wish you to be well. And we look forward to the day when all of this pandemic stuff is over and we can actually see each other again. Hopefully we'll see some of you in Sydney sometime.
Best wishes for the day.
What Sanghamitta means to me. During my time as a Samaneri in West Virginia, every year the December issue of the Bhavana Society newsletter was the Sanghamitta edition. For me, from the very beginning, Sanghamitta as a female arahat, respected in Sri Lanka over many centuries, inspired confidence in the spiritual potential of women. I also learned that it was thanks to her going to Sri Lanka as a preceptor and teacher that it was possible for the Bhikkhuni's lineage to survive, at least in the Mahayana tradition, and to spread almost around the globe meanwhile at our time and age. Nowadays, as the Buddha's teachings have been partly westernized and commercialized to fit into the modern way of life, it is most important to regard ourselves as heirs and parts of a great lineage, tracing back to the Buddha himself, and to help to preserve the Dhamma in its purity. Who else could do it if not the ordained Sangha? Even though we sometimes may feel like beings from another planet or from very ancient times at least, it is important to stay connected with our spiritual roots. The world, with many people getting lost in the whirlpools of passion or the gunfires of hatred, needs strong posts, shelter for the heart, and light at the end of the tunnel. Our human hearts are basically still dealing with the same kinds of dukkha. Despite of all technical inventions, still humans are beset with pain, grief, sorrow, and despair. Women are attached to their families, to the assumed security of material wealth, to praise, fame, and so on. Many of us are well educated. We have more freedom to participate in society. We are less dominated by male power, yet still not truly emancipated as Sanghamitta and the Arahat Bhikkhunis were. In a materialistic world where words like Arahat or saint sound weird, we need the example of our Arahat ancestors as urgently as ever, and the best that could happen for the Bhikkhuni Sangha and beyond the Sangha would be 1, 2, 3 or more Arahat Bhikkhunis at present and or in the future.
Hello to all members of the Mahasangha and anyone else who will be listening to this tape. So the question, what does Sanghamitta mean to me? What is it? How is it important to me? Well, when I think of Sanghamitta and her journey, what it reminds me of most, actually, is the willingness to go to another place to share the Dhamma. Right? And as a Westerner, right, I'm not a born Buddhist. I wasn't born in a Buddhist country. As a Westerner, that means a lot to me, right? Because if it wasn't for the people who came from Buddhist countries to my country, then I wouldn't be able to have become a monastic and you know, learn the Dhamma and all these wonderful things. So to me, the Sanghamitta's story is the encapsulation of the Dhammadutta, right? The Dhamma mission, to make sure, to allow the Buddha's sasana, the teaching, to be available to people to whom it would not normally be available to. right? So when I think of Sanghamitta, that's who I think of. That's what I think about. The perilous journey that she took with the Bodhi tree to go to Sri Lanka and to bring Buddha Dhamma to a place that ended up being one of the most stalwart protectors and transmitters of the Dhamma, right, for the last 2,000 plus years. And so what is the inspiring thing to me about ancient bhikkhunis? Oh, the first person who inspired me actually in all of Buddhism was Patachara. When I first heard her story, and it connected with me so much, that she was really the first of all the Buddhist disciples who inspired me and connected with me and helped me to understand this Dhamma. Right, it's a wonderful story. And what I hope for the revival of the Bhikkhuni order is for us to understand the importance of the fourfold assembly, right? The Buddha tells us that the existence of a fourfold assembly is integral for the continuation of the Buddha Dhamma, right? The Buddha wouldn't pass away until he had bhikkhunis and bhikkhus, women and men, lay people who were knowledgeable, practitioners of the Dhamma, right? So for us to make sure that this wonderful teachings of the Buddha continues to go to spread to new lands and to continues to survive and do well, we must have a thriving, wonderful fourfold assembly. And so we should do all that we can to encourage and help make this happen. Right? Without the fourfold assembly, there's no Buddhism. Right? These four kinds of people are the heart, the core of this Dhamma, and keeping it alive, keeping it going. This is why we remember wonderful days like this. We have holidays. We remember these days, right, to keep this alive.
Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Sanghaya. Greetings to all, dear Dhamma brothers and sisters. You know, why Sanghamitta theory is very important for me in my life, because when I was child, that time, my naming ceremony was done by Sri Lankan monk N. Anand Mahathero, and because of my elder brother, my name is Sanghamitta. Sanghamitta, they call me Sanghamitra. Sanghamitra is a very important name in my life, because when I was going in school that time, everyone were asking me, though they know the answer, still they were asking me tell me the meaning of this name and who was Theri Sanghamitra and where she went to propagate and cultivate Buddhism. All these questions were asked to me by all those people every time. So it was a curiousness about me to know about her. So I asked my parents about this, and they answered me because my father, every time in a vacation, he was ordained as a monk, and mother, she is Buddhist. That's why I was knowing about this. And every time it made me to know and very curious to go to Sri Lanka. I was listening Dhamma talk from Sri Lankan broadcasting. Radio was very important for me to know about Buddhism, because every morning and in the evening time I was hearing the suttas from radio. It was broadcasting from Sri Lanka. And then I started reading about Theri Sanghamitra and was very happy that, such a great personality, and I have got the name of such a Theri, Arhanta Theri's name, and I don't want to I don't want to do any this thing that will means spoil the name, because this is very important name and I have to conduct myself in a good way. It should not hurt anyone, because this name is very important and I have to care this name in my life. That's why very happy, and I'm very thankful to all of you that you have given me the chance to talk about the Theri Sanghamitta, and thank you all.
Namo tasse bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhasse. Most venerable Bhikkhu Sangha, Bhikkhuni Sangha, Upasakas and Upasikas. Today is a very special day because it is to do a full moon day, and it's very special because Bhikkhuni Sanghamitta, the daughter of Emperor Asoka and Arahant Bhikkhuni, arrived to Sri Lanka to establish the order of Bhikkhuni. Today, that establishment of Bhikkhuni Sangha in Sri Lanka had widespread all around the world. When we look back at the past, she underwent a lot of challenges to establish this Bhikkhuni Sangha in Sri Lanka. So she had to ordain the nuns, and at the same time she had to give the proper education, and her future vision about the Bhikkhuni Sangha that she implemented, that she herself planned, it went on the Sri Lankan soil for nearly 1,000 years. So she underwent a lot of difficulties and came back with a lot of success. We celebrate her wonderful achievement, at the same time her wonderful contribution that she had done for the Bhikkhuni Sangha. Later on, Bhikkhuni Devasara, because of the Chinese emperor's request, she brought Buddhism, the Bhikkhuni order, to China, and then it went to the other Mahayana countries, and then gradually it came back to Sri Lanka, and now the Bhikkhuni order is widespreading all around the world. The number is rising. Even though there are so many challenges to overcome, still I am glad how all the Bhikkhunis together, whether those Bhikkhunis are coming from Western countries or Eastern countries or African countries, they are facing together all these challenges, and they are overcoming all those challenges, and gradually they are re-establishing the Bhikkhuni order once again for the benefit of men. There is a wonderful scene to see, and I wish, by the power of Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha, and by the power of all the Dhamma activities that we do, may this Bhikkhuni order continue its successful march, and may all the Bhikkhunis together could lay a wonderful foundation for the other women who want to come and practice the Sila, Samadhi and Panya, the noble qualities of the Buddha's teaching as monastics, and made may all the Bhikkhuni sons be able to spread the noble teachings of the Buddha all around the world, just like the Bhikkhu Sangha do each today. May the Buddha bless you, Dhamma bless you, and Sangha bless you, and wish you all a happy Sanghamitta day. See you all these.
Namo Buddhaya. I am Chamini Veerasurya from Sri Lanka. Currently, I'm living in Nagpur, India. Maybe you all know about Arahant Bhikkhuni Sanghamitta. As a Sri Lankan, I want to say this, that Arahant Bhikkhuni Sanghamitta is a very important and respectable character for us. Arahant Bhikkhuni Sanghamitta is the daughter of King Ashoka, who comes from Maurya lineage, and also she is the sister of Arahant Bhikkhu Mahinda, who brought Buddhism to Sri Lanka. At that time, Sri Lanka was under the control of King Devanampiyathissa. After Bhikkhu Mahinda preached Buddhism, Queen Anula wanted to be a Buddhist nun. She was queen of King Devanampiyathissa. So she requested to King Devanampiyathissa. Not only that, Queen Anula's escort was 500. That 500 ladies also wanted to be a Buddhist nun. Then King Devanampiyathissa informed this to Bhikkhu Arahant Mahinda. Then Bhikkhu Mahinda informed this to his father, King Ashoka. Then King Ashoka got advice from Arahant Bhikkhu Moggali Puttathissa. Then King Ashoka and Moggali Puttathissa Arahant monk went to Bodhi Gaya with escort. At that time, Arahant Moggali Puttathissa monk remembered the last wish of Lord Buddha when Buddha is in parinirvana stage. According to that Lord Buddha's wish, the right branch of Bodhi tree got the golden pot, which was prepared by King Ashoka. Then King Ashoka requested to advise to Arahant Bhikkhuni to go to Sri Lanka and spread Buddhism. Then Arahant Bhikkhuni Sanghamitta came to Sri Lanka with Bodhi tree, and there are 19 Bhikkhuni also came with her, like Uttara, Hema, Angamagi, Dasika, like that. Not only that, group of 18 caste came with Bhikkhuni Arahant Sanghamitta. That group of 18 caste had a responsibility to treat Bodhi tree according to order of King Ashoka. So after arrival of Sanghamitta, she spread Bhikkhuni Shasan in Sri Lanka. Queen Anula is the first Bhikkhuni in Sri Lanka. Her 500 escort also got Chivar. Then they also be a Buddhist nun. So briefly, I explained how Bhikkhuni Sanghamitta is important for us. Namo Buddhaya.
Hi, we're Tom and Erica McCarty. I'd like to talk to you about the example of Sanghamitta, the example of the Dhammadharani Bhikkhunis, and our hopes for the year to come. Sanghamitta's example of bringing the lineage of women's ordination to a new land is inspiring to us because she opened up opportunities of freedom for whole new groups of people. not just the women who ordain, but all the Buddhists of the Fourfold Sangha who support them and receive teachings. Supporting well-practicing bhikkhunis gives us the confidence and faith, both in the teachings and in ourselves, that we can make great progress along the path. It is our hope that the establishment of the revived Bhikkhuni Sangha in our native land will continue to receive the support of many friends and donors, both for the sake of the Bhikkhuni Sangha and for the Fourfold Sangha as a whole. Knowing that the Bhikkhunis are here, taking the Buddha's teaching extremely seriously, living very careful, ethical lives, standing strong in the winds of distraction of our modern times, we know that we can do so too. The Vinaya protects the Bhikkhunis from many kinds of unethical conduct, and we too try to create environments for ourselves and our loved ones that are conducive to practice. The monastics of the Dhammadharani Sangha are following in Sanghamitta's footsteps in establishing women's ordination in the new land.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was wonderful. Anumodana sadhu, sadhu, sadhu to all of our venerable monastics, bhikkhus, bhikkhunis, also upasakas and upasikas, our fourfold community or manifold Buddhist community from around the world. Thank you very much to everyone for sharing from your heart how Sanghamitta is important and meaningful for you. And now we come to the time in our forum we have, well, it looks like at Aloka Vihara we have a number of bhikkhunis. It's the time for our senior bhikkhuni teachers and Q&A. As part of this forum with regards to the meaning of Sanghamitta, ancient awakened bhikkhunis, and also with regards to the contemporary revival of the Bhikkhuni Sangha, what we hope to see in that, what we're working with, where we're at now, what our vision and aim is. So I'd like to invite, if anyone has a question, we have excuse me for introducing in this way. There are two senior bhikkhunis who have been invited for this portion of the program. And Venerable Aya Ananda Bodhi at Aloka Vihara Forest Monastery in Placerville in the Sierra Foothills. I appreciate that you joined us. Welcome, Aya. I'm so glad to see you. It's wonderful to see all of you there. We see Aya Nyanika is there as well, and Aya Hingsa. And I can barely see some white in the background, and I can no longer assume I know who is in white just because of the color, because now you have more than one person there in white. I think also, I'm not sure that we have your sound done yet. I want to be sure that you're unmuted and we have your sound, because I can't hear anything yet.
Let's see, microphone.
Yes, now it's coming through.
I think it's too far away.
So, yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's just needs to be here. Hear me now? Can you hear me now? No. Okay, let's.
Yes, that's much better. Thank you
right.
very much. So now is the time. If any of those who have joined. If you have any questions on this topic, the topic of our forum this afternoon, that you would like to ask one of the senior bhikkhunis, now is the time that you can ask those questions. And maybe just while you're doing that, I'll just see if Ayananda Bodhi has any thoughts on this topic that you would like to share from your heart, your thoughts, your experience with everyone. Welcome, Ai.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I think it's wonderful that you're having this event today, and that we are remembering and celebrating Bhikkhuni Sanghamitta and the Arahant Bhikkhunis. And you know, I was in the Ajahn Chah lineage for about 17 years before coming to the US, and then a couple of years later, Ayatollah had made it possible for myself and Sanghamitta and Nimala to take full ordination. And while I was part of that lineage, you know, there were many, many good opportunities and good supports for practice and good teachings. There was so, and support for the requisites. Everything was very good, but there was this sense of not having any kind of lineage behind us. For myself, I experienced that as a nun in that tradition. It's like, well, where are my grandmothers and my great grandmothers? You know, where's the ancestral lineage of the nuns order? And it didn't really, I didn't feel a connection with the Sanghamitta and the Arahantaries. It didn't feel very connected. And then once I took Bhikkhuni ordination, almost immediately I had this sense of like this lineage behind me going right back to the Buddha's time. And it's an immense support. It's an immense support. It's something kind of intangible that, and I think Bhante Sujato touched on it when he spoke. You know, there's the sort of rational side of things where, you know, you say, well, it doesn't matter, you know, we're all practicing, it's all the same. And then there's the actual experience, which is a little different to that. And I think for the bhikkhus, they never have to, they just step straight into that lineage. So there's never anything else, never anything to compare it to. And I think for myself, it's a very different experience, having a sense of being part of that lineage of those awakened nuns. So I really appreciate that we have this day to remember that Arahant Bhikkhunis, and in fact many days that we can. You know, this is one special day. Thank you for asking.
Sadhu. I actually remember one evening at Aranyabodhi Hermitage, or Aranyabodhi Hermitage on the Sonoma coast, and Ayananda Bodhi and Ayasantachita were visiting us there. And we were in the yurt, our Dhanasala and Dhammasala yurt there. And it had got dark outside. We had the candles lit inside, but it was all very dim. And there's the sounds of nature, feeling of nature around us. And I think it was the Uposatha. In fact, you were there for the Uposatha. And I remember Ayananda Bodhi, it's like there was a very special atmosphere that came to be generated or present in the space somehow. And then Ayananda Bodhi said before we were going our separate ways, while we were still all together, that she felt that the transmission had happened. I think that was actually even before Bhikkhuni ordination, but it almost felt like the gates of the lineage had just opened up and all aligned and connected with one another. Our hearts, our bodies and minds together in that space. I remember it so profoundly, and I hear something of as you've been sharing from the
Not on the internet, eh? We are, yes, and we're good. There's people still maybe around. It's just IT has got stuck. Not sure what's happened there.
Export.
Bear with us, please, while we try to fix this video feed.
You said we froze.
Okay. So heart transmission and Zoom transmission are not the same. The heart transmission and Zoom transmission, we're trying to bring them together, the heart transmission and the Zoom transmission. And sometimes they diverge. The heart transmission doesn't need Zoom, but we're here we are together. And I think with so much appreciation for also for Aya Nyanika and Aya Hingsa and all those who are together at Aloka Vihara Forest Monastery, remembering back, it's nearly 10 years since your full ordination. Next year, 2021, will be the 10th year. I see that there's a story. Well, just a moment. Let me put on my other glasses and we'll see what it says. It says, question, in the story, Sanghamitta took the form of a Supanna with her psychic power and she scared the Nagas. What is the purpose of her or any Arahant gaining psychic power? And how does it fit into the Four Noble Truths? So I'll be interested in Ayananda Bodhi's thoughts about this and happy to read the question again. I'm not sure if you can see it. I'll just say, I had thought today to be sharing something about Sanghamitta's journey. And we will have something a little bit later on from India to Sri Lanka and live with those who are there. And these places made sacred by the presence of these great awakened women in our traditions. But in my study, maybe I'll share it next year. In my study, then it looks very likely to me that in the story, Sanghamitta is coming from Eastern India. Tamaralipti is like Bay of Bengal, coming down south along the coast. Then there's a place called Nagadipa, which means Naga Island. And the people that lived there were called Nagas. And then Nagas also means elephants, and Nagas also means snakes. And the Buddha is also called a great Naga, meaning like a great being. But there were tribal people that lived there that were called Nagas. And according to the chronicle, then Sanghamitta then allowed the Nagas to then have their time with the Bodhi tree for a whole week. And then within one day, she was able to land at the northern point of Sri Lanka. So I was looking at the map, and Nagadipa is just, so close to the place that's said to be her point of landing. My guess is that Nagas probably originally meant the Naga tribal people who lived there in that area.
So you were quite broken up at the end there. We didn't hear what you said. I don't know if that was true for everyone. So I'm just going to remute and wait until there's some clarity about what to do next. Should I speak or what?
It's hard to know.
Yes, indeed.
Because we're highlighted, I'm assuming that everyone is not hearing her.
No, really?
Yeah, because we're still highlighted, it would have popped back to her if her voice were what's predominant.
Yeah, she froze, so we're trying to recover that. So apologies for this setback. Just a moment, please.
Thank you. It's really helpful if you let us know what's going on, because thank you. I could respond to the question about what's the purpose of Bhikkhuni Sanghamitta or any arahant gaining psychic powers.
Oh yeah, that would be great while we try to restore her connection. Thank you.
So, you know, the psychic powers are for some people, are just a natural side effect to the meditation practice. And some people gain those powers and some people don't. And they are powers, so they can be used, you know, in skillful ways or in unskillful ways. And they can be definitely helpful in, you know, in inspiring people and in bringing a sense of awe and maybe helping people to recognize there's something really serious going on here. So they can be, you know, I think in many of the stories of the Dharma going to a new country, this is mentioned. So that with Sanghamitta, perhaps with the Naga tribe, and you hear about it in Bhutan, Tibet, and places like this. That the use of psychic powers was part of what inspired faith in people. So it can be used in that way. I also have heard those things in Thailand, Thai culture. But they are just you know, they're not necessarily liberating in themselves. So whereas the Four Noble Truths, when practiced fully, whether one has psychic powers or not, are liberating. So they're sort of two different things. Okay, so I'm going to stop there. I'm not sure whether people can hear me or not. So I'm having a bit of...
you are coming in clearly.
Okay, good. That's good. So that's my answer to that question. So the Four Noble Truths are independently liberating as a practice. They lead to insight. And the psychic powers are, you know, they can be used skillfully or unskillfully, depending on who's using them. So I'm just going there. So I think questions last for IT. Since we have some web connectivity, go ahead. So if there are any other questions people would like to put in the chat that I could respond to while Aya Tataloka's connection is dealt with. Oh, she's fine. 16, you can pick up what you're saying, you know, on the microphone.
Yeah, but folks, you're welcome to write your question in the chat, or if you want, you can just come on live and ask your question live. So anyone is welcome. Please feel free.
But I should say, if it's an historical question, you'd be much better off asking Aya Tataloka than asking me.
It looks like Barbara Menon has a question.
Barbara, yes, please go ahead. Can she?
Yes, it's lovely to, as always, to be with you all, and for the people who just spoke. It was very touched my heart. But as women monastics, I'm wondering, do you feel, since the lineage is historically unclear, do you feel pressure as women monastics to, obviously you're going to do your practice, but do you feel particular pressure as women to kind of solidify the fact that women are being ordained in a way that you wouldn't feel otherwise?
Thank you. I think it's a very good question. I would say our situation is different. You know, that like I mentioned, the sense of, I think if you're a man and you come into the Theravada form, right, you just step into a great ocean of, you know, great history and lots of people and whole countries, and when you come in in female form, it's very different. Mm-hmm. It's much more fragmented and sparse, really. Mm-hmm. But in terms of the sense of any kind of sense of pressure, you know, not really, because you know, once one ordains, one's ordained. You know, it's like you just are a bhikkhuni. You don't have to, you know, one has to, you know, study the Vinaya and practice, but you know, one doesn't have to do anything other than be a bhikkhuni, living the life. And then, you know, you do have people who say there are no bhikkhunis, even, you know, even in the presence of bhikkhunis might want to assert an idea that there are no bhikkhunis. And when you are a bhikkhuni, you know, the whole world could say that you don't exist, and here you are. So, so it doesn't take a great lot of force, but it is different. You know, I think as a bhikkhu, one is carried more naturally, more easily. And as a bhikkhuni, one maybe has to work harder at, you know, it's not like we step into an ancient for the bhikkhus, the lineage is also not really clear in there, and some bhikkhus say that lineage doesn't count, and they're not really ordained, and that happens in the bhikkhu sangha too. And I remember Bhikkhu Bodhi actually at the Hamburg conference in 2007 was giving a historical lineage of the bhikkhu order, and he was giving the example of, you know, because people would argue that bhikkhunis can't ordain because the lineage may have been broken. And so he was kind of giving an example of, you know, the bhikkhu lineage. And then he mentions the name of this one bhikkhu. And then he says, and this bhikkhu seemed to have lived for 500 years. And then he says, it might be that he lived for 500 years, or it might be that the lineage broke at that time. And then it was reestablished, you know. So you can't really prove. You can't
please continue. Yeah.
Prove whether the lineage is, you know, living lineage or not, but you know, as far as I can see, there's the bhikkhuni lineage has continued and thrived, and it's changed. You know, it's gone when it went to China, it took on some of the cultural ceremonies and it changed within that culture, and just as like in Tibet, the bhikkhu lineage changed to fit that culture, and also in Chinese culture. So, and that is part of the hey, you're back, Kaya. That is part of the beauty of the Dhamma Vinaya, is that it can adapt to different cultures and be taken on in different cultures. So to me, it's like that it's a living lineage. It's just in the Theravada countries, it was lost for a long time.
I would just like to say, can you hear me still?
Yes, very clearly. Thank you.
Okay. Just how important to me is that there are women bhikkhunis. You know, if that says something about my practice and my stage in my practice. But I just, it really is important to me that you're bhikkhunis. You know, and it's not kind of any one of you, but that, yeah. Anyway, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Barbara.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ayananda Bodhi. I'm muted by tech support.
Try again.
Yes, how is this now?
It's okay.
Sounds good.
Good. Oh, and your sound is coming through again also. Ayananda Bodhi, thank you so much. And I just want to appreciate Barbara for, you know, being one of our really wonderful, faithful, close friends of our monastery here in Northern California, Pengrove in Sonoma County these last several years. And I'm so glad to see you on here together, Barbara. And what your words just really touch my heart. It's so simple and so clear. And it matters because it matters. It matters to us in our hearts, in our lives. That's why it matters. So we are human, and we're, in a way, our sense of meaning is self-justifying. So I would like to speak to Patipada's question here, which is in a way on a different track. And it could be considered quite a scholarly question. And it's actually one that I worked with a lot during this last Vasa, and even joined a scholarly symposium international on the religious agency of women in South Asian religious traditions. And there was some research that I had wanted to do on our Buddhist monastic Vinaya and Bhikkhu Bhikkhuni Vinaya for years. I was looking for an opportunity, and during this last Vasa, somehow, with all these circumstances, that opportunity compellingly presented itself. And so I was able to do a bit of that research. And I can share with you something. Patipada asks, did the Buddha create two different ordination processes for males and females? And I had answered to Patipada, the process is basically fundamentally the same, although there are some small differences. But I feel my answer is inadequate, and let me explain why. I don't know how familiar you are with our monastic discipline, but some of the precepts are shared. About 60% of them are shared between the bhikkhus and the bhikkhunis. And then there are precepts that are quite similar, but not 100% the same. And some precepts that are different related to our bodies, and then also differences related to social circumstances, depending upon what sex or what gender one is in the society and how the society holds that. So they're the completely equally shared precepts, and they're the ones that are quite similar but a little different. And then there are some that are actually different, a few that are different for the bhikkhus and for the bhikkhunis. Here's the part I want to tell you, share with you. The number one category of precepts are called parajika. And parajika are the things that you cannot do in monastic life and keep your ordination. If you do those things, then you're automatically, it's like Ayananda Bodhi was saying, with ordination, then that's it. You are ordained. It's not dependent upon whether other people accept you or not, or that kind of thing. You just, having been fully accepted by the Sangha in the way that the Buddha laid down, then you enter into that status, and you can either give that up yourself by deciding to quit the monastic life, if one wishes, or by particular behaviors, like intentionally killing a human being, having the intention to do it and making the effort to do it, and then being successful in that effort. If all those factors are there, then that's parajika. If one has the intention and even acts on it but is not successful, it's not a parajika, although it's a very serious moral issue, and issue for oneself and for the monastic community. So in one of the parajikas, number one, then there's a part that's really important with regards to Patipada's question. And the question that is raised in the explication of this precept is, if someone is ordained as a bhikkhu, and then they transgender, and their body changes to be the body of a woman with the sexual marks that we say distinguish what is a female body, linga. Then the question is she still ordained? She was ordained by the Bhikkhu Sangha as a bhikkhu. Is she still ordained or not? Does she need to be reordained? What is her status? And the answer, this is canonical Vinaya of the Pali text, and this also appears in the other other traditions recorded in Tibetan and also recorded in Chinese? The answer is she is still fully ordained. And what is she? She is a bhikkhuni. Does she still have the same preceptor? Yes, is the answer. She still has the same preceptor. Where should she live? She should go and live with the bhikkhunis. What precepts should she follow? She should follow the bhikkhunis' precepts. Why? Because she is upasampanna, upasampada. She has been fully accepted by the monastic community. That is her, through that ordination, that is her status. And it doesn't depend on whether her body is presenting as a male or her body is presenting as a female. If it's presenting as a female, she's called a bhikkhuni, which means a female bhikkhu. And she goes to live with the bhikkhunis, and then she doesn't have to receive precepts again, doesn't have to get a different preceptor or a different teacher. Automatically, the precepts for bhikkhunis become her precepts. So then the question arises, okay, what if a bhikkhuni is ordained, fully ordained as a bhikkhuni, fully accepted via the bhikkhuni's procedure, which is slightly different? There's dual ordination as prescribed. And then she wakes up one morning and her body has turned into a male. What? Then what? So it's a mirror, and it plays out in the same way. He then has become a bhikkhu. He is a bhikkhu. Does he need to be reordained as a bhikkhu? No, he doesn't. Does he need to get a different preceptor and a different teacher? Actually, it says that if he's really new in the monastic life and still in training, it would be good for him or her, likewise, to find a teacher who's close of the same gender, if possible. And what precepts to follow? What precepts is he then beholden to? The bhikkhu precepts is the answer. So I'm not sure if you've been able to hear all of this or not, because I see some little bit of like straining to hear, or I don't know if the video is freezing up again. But I think...
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Good, thank you. I think an intelligent person can start to analyze this and can then understand, oh, it's not that there are actually two different lineages. Well, there are, but two different lineages, just whether you're a bhikkhu or a bhikkhuni just depends upon what kind of physical characteristics they're presenting in your body. And the Vinaya does acknowledge then that there are differences of culture. And for certain things like sexual behavior, it's not exactly the same with female linga or male linga on the body. It's a bit different because what's there is different, and there are different precepts that are related to that. But just depending then upon how one's gender or sex is presenting, then that's it. So my takeaway from this is that there's not actually really truly two lineages, and that there's not even really truly two different ordination procedures, that they're actually in essence fundamentally essentially the same, and that it's just one lineage, the Buddha lineage, and that the Buddha transmitted this to his male monastic disciples, and he transmitted this to his female monastic disciples, and then those male and female monastic disciples have transmitted this on to others. You know, we have in our texts, and maybe some of you have heard it before, the Buddha gave an allowance from the beginning. First, he's said to himself have ordained Mahapajapati, who is traditionally said to be the first bhikkhuni, but then the Buddha said, I allow you, O bhikkhus, to ordain bhikkhunis. And this has never been revoked. So the first large number of bhikkhunis then were ordained by bhikkhus with Buddha's blessing, permission, and injunction. And then the working with dual ordination arose later. So I'd just like to assert, I feel really there's only one lineage, essentially, which is the Buddha lineage. And this is what we find in the Vinaya text that speaks directly to this. So essentially, fundamentally, one methodology and one lineage. That would be my assertion, and there are practical differences in the texts as we have them now. So I'm getting a reminder about time. Yes. So thank you for the reminder. And I want to say thank you to those who asked the excellent, wonderful questions, and to Ayananda Bodhi and those at Aloka Vihara Forest Monastery. I'm so happy to see you, and I wish that you stay as long as you like to, or come back whenever you wish to. Thank you so much for joining us, for being together. And I'm just deeply contemplating, even feeling in my body now, that sense of like essential Buddha lineage of awakening, of the path that we bear within inside ourselves, that we're looking into and exploring and wishing to manifest fully in our lives, in ourselves, in our relationships, in our world. So all blessings on this process. May we not be hindered by things that don't need necessarily to hinder us. So now we have on our program something called tea time, or social time, or open Zoom. So everyone, this is the time that you are welcome to. We can unmute, or you can control your own mute, and you are welcome to talk to one another. I know many of you know one another, but you may not have been able to meet for quite a while. And so welcome to have this time together. And then in a few minutes, we will have, after our social time, we'll have meditation time together. We're going to invite you to share in our meditation at sunset here on the Sonoma Coast together, for everyone who would like to join. And then we'll be starting our evening program. So I offer this time of community to all of you together. Maybe I'll just take the opportunity to say hello to some friends who are here. Supatra, happy to see you. Shubhangi, Shirley, Shari, Sharanya, Sangeeta, Roger, nice to see you here. Ranjani De Silva, coming to us from Australia. Patipada, Mita, Mark. I don't think I know you, Mark. Thank you for joining us. Glad to see you. And Mala, Karen, Inika, Indira, Ilona, Erica, Diane, Buddhist Embassy, Visita, Bhikkhuni Supeshala. Can we see you, Bhikkhuni Supeshala? Can you hear me? It would be so nice to see you. I saw you on this morning, but we couldn't hear from you. Barbara, Ananda, Anagarika Jutindra. Also, I wanted to say Anagarika Jutindra, greetings to everyone at Ananja Vihara in Germany, and congratulations to new seminary, Sachika. And I know Anagarika Jutindra has plans, I think plans also for seminary Pabaja coming soon in January. Can we have gallery view? Shirley, are you there? Would you like to say hello? Supatra?
Hello.
Hi, Shari.
Hi. Sorry, I'm moving my computer. I had it hooked up to my
54-inch screen so I could see everybody in living color. But now to talk, I need to move it. It's wonderful to be here live and to see so many familiar friends. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. It's really quite amazing to hear talks from around the world on Sanghamitta. It is just really Bhikkhuni Sanghamitta and learn the history and everything. It's really fantastic. Thank you for putting this together.
Thank you, Shari. I'm glad you could be a part of it. Is that your Christmas tree there?
Yes, there's my Christmas tree.
I mean, you don't really live in a temple with enormous golden Buddhas.
Yes. Well, you know, some of us who grew up in this country, we can't quite let go of all of our family traditions.
Yes. Supatra, also, I'm happy to see you there. I think you're muted. So you're going to have to manage your mute yourself. Unmute yourself when you're ready to talk, and then you can mute yourself again.
Venerable Ayah, hello everyone. I am so glad for the opportunity to join the Sanghamitta through Zoom. In the past years, I'm working full time, so I could not travel to join this meeting in different countries. So this is such a unexpected but wonderful side effect of COVID that I get to join this and learn so much and able to hear from people from all over the world. Make me wanting to go next year to Sarawak.
Sadhu. Yes, this is one of the unexpected benefits. I want to appreciate Supatra and Shari. They're actually members of Dhammadrini before Dhammadrini was born. Just people who had the idea that it might be nice if there could be some bhikkhunis in this area on an ongoing basis, even one or more than one, and if the people who wanted to ordain might be able to, and like this. I know there are some who are dreaming about this in other places now, like Poland or various other countries. And I want to check in with Bhikkhuni Supeshala. Is your mic working now? Bhikkhuni Mahanse? Nimana La. Oh, your mic is working. So glad to see you. I saw you on briefly this morning, and I just wanted to say congratulations on your amazing efforts and your appointment as Deputy Director of the National Department of Mahini Piriwena Women's Monastic Training and Education in Sri Lanka. So there has been a department that's been organized for the training and education of male monastics for years and years. But this is the first year that this has been formally established for female monastics in Sri Lanka, for both bhikkhunis and seminaries, and also for the 10 precept nuns. So Sadhu, glad to see you. Congratulations. And thank you so much for joining us. I imagine probably everyone here has questions for you. But I can't hear now. A moment ago I could hear, but now I lost it.
No.
No. Oh.
Yeah. You're muted.
Oh.
No, it's okay.
Now it's good. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
First of all, I would like to thank all of you. Also, I am happy to join this meeting. The problem is I can't speak English well. I don't know. I can express my ideas. I don't know whether you can understand or not. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, actually, 100 years as a Sri Lankan nun, we couldn't get education from Ministry of Education. So luckily last year in March, I got education from the government. So now we have started 11 nuns college for seminaries, even 10 precept nuns, Sila Mata we call in Sri Lanka. And another 12th one will going to start maybe in this year. So I have started a nun college in English medium. This first one is here. So as well as I am proud to be a director, an assistant director of these nun colleges. It is good opportunity. So thank you very much for congratulating. Any question? If you have asked, if you have, you can ask from me. Yes.
Does anyone have questions for Venerable Bhikkhuni Supeshala Terry that you would like to ask?
Bhikkhuni Avasarai. So now you said the Pirivenas or the colleges are for the seminaries and for the Bhikkhuni. So does it mean that the Bhikkhuni order has kind of accepted by the government, or it is still?
Not yet, actually, not yet. But Sri Lankan government think about we are all children in Sri Lankan nuns. So the government, the Ministry of Education, they said we're not concerned about whether they are Bhikkhuni or the seminary or a 10 precept nuns. Just we want to give education for all the nuns in Sri Lanka. But they never call us as a Bhikkhuni or seminary. They gave only one word, one name for us, Sila Mata, 10 precept nuns. So the 10 Sila Mata's Education Center. They gave the name for us, Sila Mata's Education Center. It is not Bhikkhuni Education Center. It is not Samanaris Education Center. Only one name they gave, Sila Mata Education Center. Because they still didn't appreciate the Bhikkhuni order in Sri Lanka. Even they don't like to give Meheni as a monk, we call Mahana. And as a nun, Meheni, even they don't like to give us the name of Meheni in Sri Lanka. They never agreed.
But if we want, we can use the name, right? I'm like,
normally we use our name. Yeah, sorry, we use our name Meheni, but in Ministry of Education, if I write a letter, I use. I would like to invite all the Meheni Mahases to join this program or training program, something like that. I write a letter. When I saw this letter to the director, and the director cut off the name of Meheni Mahase, and they said they write Silama. Again, Mahata Sinhala neda.
Oh, Himai.
දැන් මම ලියුමක් ලියද්දි මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ කියලා ලියනවා. පරණාධිපති මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, ප්‍රත්‍යාධිකාරී මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ කියලා ලියුම ලියවපුවාම ඩිරෙක්ටර් හාමුදුරන් වහන්සේට පෙන්නපුවාම ඒක මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ කෙනෙක් කපලා සීල මාතා කියලා ලියන. ඊට පස්සේ මම ආයෙ ලියුම හරි ගස්සලා දීලා තමයි ඔකේ කරගන්නේ.
Yeah, I understand. I think that can change soon, I'm sure. So let's work on.
I think I got a message just recently. I mean, last week. They agreed to give a name Mehenin Vahanse. So I became so happy.
Actually,
it's a common name. It is not a Bhikkhuni. Actually, it is not a Sila Mata. It's not Samaneri. The common name is Meheni, Mahana Mehena, no?
Yes.
Yes.
So I have been writing an email as this program was progressing today to another very important government minister about this. Probably we should be able to have a conversation about this very soon.
Really? Okay.
Yes, Supashala, I have
Yeah.
a question. What does Sila Mata mean?
Supatra, I think we can take just one more question now and the time that we have. So,
Oh, okay.
Sila
welcome
Mata
to the
means 10
question.
precept nun. It's
This
not
is the
fully
last
ordained.
one. And we hope we will be able to offer more forums in future for us to be able to talk together about these important matters. So please go ahead with your question, and we'll ask that this be the last one, and then we'll be going ahead with our meditation program and our evening program. The meditation time is actually quite short, so and we have the people who are prepared to join us then for the evening program.
Yes, it's a very quick question. What does Sila Mata mean?
Sila Mata means 10 precept nun. It is not
Okay.
The Pabaja.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
like Mechi, you know.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mechi has 8 precepts that Sila Matas they observe 10 precepts. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm done, Yatata Loka.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for asking that. Sila means in Thai sin, but
Yes.
Shila and Mata means mother.
Yeah.
Yes.
10 precept mother.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And the other word that she was using, Mehini, then
Mehenin Mahanse. Mehenin Mahanse means the ordained name. It's like a Sri Lankan.
Yes, venerable monastic, like that.
Yeah.
Similar to the word monastic in English, I think, in a way, because it's not really definite who and what it's talking about. It's can be used quite generally, but even Sanghamitta Teri in the text, then she's referred to as Mehini. As a Bhikkhuni and as a Teri and as an Arahanti, and also
it's common name actually.
In singular, the word Mehini is also used for her, so that can be used. And Wahansa is honorable and respectful.
Honorable. Yeah.
So like using venerable or reverend in English. So I appreciate this initiative to call all the women renunciates Mehin Wahansa. Myself, I'll just say I appreciate that, and the like wish for harmony and to be able to go ahead with in a harmonious way. And also I very much support the Bhikkhunis movement and Bhikkhuni ordination, revival of Bhikkhuni Sangha, of course. And I want all the 10 precept nuns and 8 precept nuns to also have a good renunciate life. There's all of this from the loving kindness and compassion in my heart. So Ranjini, I know you wish to say something, and so I want to apologize to you in advance. And I think we should have future forums to discuss together further, because I'm seeing there's a lot of interest. And when we see interest like this, then it's good to think how to care for this in a progressive way. So I didn't know, will anyone want to talk to one another? Will they want to talk about Santa Claus and the Christmas tree, or what kind of they're drinking, or this kind of thing? And you just like dived into such important questions for the sasana. Harine Mahansa, Supeshala, thank you so much for being on and for speaking with us. And also to those who asked the important questions. Appreciation to you too. I appreciate your heart to not only turn away from suffering and challenges, but to meet the suffering and challenges with our good hearts together as a community together.
Thank you.
Sadhu to that. And to everyone now, I would like to invite you to join us for it's just going to be a short time of the meditation and I don't know if you visited the California Ocean or not, but we went to...
I have been Minnesota twice.
Minnesota, right, I remember. So now you have the chance to see nearby our Aranyabodhi Forest Hermitage. It's on the ocean side in the mountains. Now we're going to go there for meditation together. And I'm sorry about the camera going around too much. We want to become still in ourselves. So this is sunset meditation by our forest hermitage on the Sonoma coast. And welcome to everyone when we're able to travel more freely again to come and meditate together with us in that forest and ocean. And much appreciation to all. This is the magic of Zoom. Like psychic power, can just extend my arm and ocean, sunset, mountain, meditation. bounce when we come back. So, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Rantanataya. Good evening to everyone who is on the west coast of the United States Pacific time, and good morning to those who are with us from Europe or from India or from Sri Lanka or from Nepal. We're going to be traveling live now to all of these places for our evening program. And I want to say welcome to everyone, to all venerable members of the Sangha. My regards and vandana to all those who are my seniors, and my regards and blessings to all of those who may have entered after me in monastic life, and to all my Dhamma friends. And thank you so much to everyone for being here. What a wonderful day this has been so far. Very full this morning and also this afternoon. And so we're just back from our meditation on the Sonoma Coast, in a way. And had a break, and now we're coming back again for our evening program. Our evening program is, looking for the title of the evening program here. You have the title up there. Say welcome to Venerable Bhikkhuni Sopana Terry and Venerable Bhikkhuni Suchita Terry, who are going to be leading the later evening part of our program. So the title of our evening program is On the Ground, Connecting with Our Heritage. So we are going to be going on a little bit of a tour in the way that amazingly Zoom allows us to do live, or maybe it allows us to do live. Let's see what happens. So the plan is that we are going to be meeting in a few minutes live together in India with Dr. Garima Kaushik, archaeologist and author. I've known her for some time, and last time I was in India, and I had the chance to meet her and discuss together, and also I've read her book that we're going to be taking a look at with much interest in the work, groundbreaking really work that she's been doing in terms of identifying ancient Buddhist monastic women's sites and sites of the upasikas in India. So she's developed some new methodology for identifying these places and published on this, and I'll request our tech support to show you her book live via screen share, if you would. It is morning now in India and in Sri Lanka and in Nepal. So I appreciate Dr. Kaushik said she's not a morning person. So I so much appreciate that she's willing to come on with us at this time. With her, we're going to be taking a look at something that she's researched and written about. This is the in Sanghamitta's story, you may have noticed Sanghamitta's mother being in, someone said, the Avanti area. This is also called Vedisa in the Pali text, or Vaidisha. And so she's called Devi, the Vedisa Devi in Pali. And in the Sanchi area, then there is what has been identified as Sanghamitta's mom's monastery. So you probably heard that Sanghamitta Terry's, you know that her elder brother, Mahinda, went forth into monastic life, and that she did also. Some of you may know that also Sanghamitta Terry's young son went forth. We heard from someone today that her husband also went forth into monastic life, but no one mentioned that her mom also went forth into monastic life. So there's an ancient monastery in the area of Sanchi, which is very close to the old area of Vaidisha, Vedisa. We'll see how Dr. Kaushik pronounces this, the area of Vedisa Devi. And according to the text, then Mahinda Thero and Sanghamitta Theri went to have time there together before their great departure abroad, leaving the Indian subcontinent and traveling to Sri Lanka. So we'll start in this area, Sanghamitta's mother's home area in India. And then we're going to progress from there, hopefully, live to the Sanghamitta stupa, the stupa that was built over the crematory remains of Sanghamitta Theri in Anuradhapura, the sacred city, the old capital of Sri Lanka. So the Venerable Bandarawela Tamadharani is hopefully going to be meeting us there so that we'll be able to actually have the live connection to Sanghamitta Theri's stupa, where I myself have spent quite a lot of time. There's also the Anula Devi Chaitya, which is not far away in Mahintalai. And Mahintalai is named after the Arahant Mahinta and the area where he arrived in Sri Lanka, according to the legends. And the Anula Devi Chaitya, you heard earlier about Queen Anula or Uparani Anula, who became a stream enterer, stream winner, Bhikkhuni, and then Arahanta Bhikkhuni, Sri Lanka's first Arahanta. So I've also spent a lot of time at her stupa or her chaitya, and Ayasudhamma this morning she's been there also. She was trying to show us pictures from that. I don't know if she was ever successful in doing so, but it is an amazing spot in terms of ambiance. Anuradhapura is quite incredible. Mahintalai is also quite incredible. I heard, before I ever went to Sri Lanka, I heard these kinds of sayings, traditional sayings, like in Anuradhapura, there's a lot of old stone ruins, and people said, like, there's no stone seat that hasn't been sat on by an arahant. So that sounds faithful and amazing and wonderful. And then you have to think, is this just hyperbole? Just kind of faithful sayings passed down. But when I went there for myself, and I feel like even on a meditation retreat in the meditation hall, when everyone goes out and it comes to be empty, you come back into that hall, it's like the room is holding some kind of ambiance of that meditation that you can very clearly feel in your body, in your heart, in your mind, and identify that as a samadhi nimitta. So it's like a sign somehow that we can sense, we can feel, I can connect with samadhi. And I'd like to say, in some of these places, I feel there's the arahata nimitta. I'm just saying this, but it's like there's some kind of amazing, incredible something that can be felt in some of these places, especially with the old rocks. And this is just so amazing and profound and wonderful. Of course, all conditioned things are impermanent, and they themselves cannot give lasting satisfaction, but even the Buddha manifest in a physical body. That physical body is impermanent, but some people could sense there is what is Buddha. He himself could sense there is what is Buddha present within the manifesting within these khandhas and aggregates, including the physical body and space. People could feel and sense something around him. So number 2, then I told you already, Sanghamitta Stupa, and then number 3 is the Charumati Stupa. Now today, everyone heard the story of Sanghamitta. For those who have been with us all day or even in the afternoon, we heard the story of Sanghamitta Theri over and over and over again. We should work in a fun pop quiz for everyone here now, and then just give you a test about how you can repeat back that story after having heard it 20 or 30 times from people with the different elements. Oral tradition test for everyone after this. But did you know that she had a sister? A younger sister by a different mother. So the Emperor Ashoka had more than one wife. Devi was his first wife, even before he became the great king or Emperor Ashoka, called uniter of the continent. Even before that, and he was like a Uparaja or viceroy of this area of Sanghamitta's mother. So then his children were born from their union. And then after that, he became an emperor and also had further wives. So Charumati, also in some inscription we see Karuvaki. Some inscription in Nepal also we find Charuvaki or Charuvati. So we are going to be going to the Charumati Stupa and Charumati Vihara also live in Nepal. 2 years ago, this time of year, approximately, nearly 2 years ago, just from last week or the week before, we were in Nepal and we went to visit the old Charumati Stupa. And so we're going to be visiting there live as well, because according to the Sri Lankan chronicles, we know Sanghamitta's story. According to the Nepali chronicles, we know Charumati's story. So Charumati then, she is said to have gone with her father on pilgrimage to Lumbini, Nepal, the place of the Buddha's birth. And there then she met some of the local royals, and then the prince, son of the king of that area, she took a fondness to him and then wanted to marry him. And it seems like he agreed, and their families agreed about that also. And then they went and set up, you could say now, an intentional community. But let's say they made their own kingdom in a way, and with connection to Buddhist principles. And then Charumati, then she didn't go into monastic life so young as Sanghamitta. She lived the lay life for a longer time with her Kshatriya husband, the prince. Now in the area that we call Kathmandu. Even there's an area in Kathmandu that's called Chabahil. In the local Nepali language, then Bahil is like for Vihara. And so they think that this is connected with the Charumati Vihara. But an old stupa there, when the earth shifted, it cracked, needed to be repaired. Some excavations happened, and then the old stones with inscriptions were found within it. So hopefully we're going to be visiting there live as well. Charumati is said to have built a great Bhikkhuni Vihara in that area. And then after her husband died, to have entered monastic life with also a large number of her companions. Also the texts say 500, I think it means a large number. And so she also, according to the Nepali chronicles, became a Bhikkhuni. So this stupa in that area, and then the old Vihara that's nearby is where we're going to be visiting live together. So I welcome and invite all of you to join me now together in this exploration. And let me check in. We have Roger and Karina with us for tech support this evening. Thank you very much, friends. They are wonderful, good local friends. And Karina is the founder of our local Alms Round. I really look forward after the pandemic gets better, to being able to go out on alms round again. Meanwhile, they made a bicycle pilgrimage here. So thank you, friends, for being our tech support this evening. And I think now it may be time, just about time, to be inviting in Dr. Garima Kaushik. Aha! Oh, Garima, Dr. Kaushik, very happy to see you. I don't know if you can unmute yourself or if tech support can help us with that. Good morning to you in India. I'm so delighted that I have this chance, with the excuse of Sanghamitta Day, to see you again. I remember last time I saw her, we were avidly exploring the museum, ancient antiquities, identifying the Bhikkhunis and Buddhist women in the ancient antiquities in the museum in India together. So, and after I saw her, then she also went to Sri Lanka and visited Anuradhapura and Sanghamitta Stupa, and also she's connecting and expanding on her research on the ancient monastic women, the Bhikkhunis in South Asia. So welcome to our Sangha Day, Sanghamitta Day, in commemoration of our Purana ancient Arahati Bhikkhuni Teri Sanghamitta, Ashokan daughter. And I'm so interested. Can we see her book? Is it possible to do the screen share? I'd like to show everyone your book, which is actually how I came to know you, or even before this book was published, you were speaking about it. So women and monastic Buddhism in early South Asia. So this is what I was talking about in terms of what I really think is like groundbreaking in terms of methodology, identifying ancient sites where the Bhikkhunis and Upasikas also were present, that in past might have been thought to be just sites related to the Bhikkhu Sangha, people may have assumed. And inviting now Garima to bring us to Sanghamitta's mother's home area. She said Vaidisa Devi Vihara. So I'm so interested to learn about this, and I hope that you can show us something of us, tell us about it. So we're now live with Dr. Garima Kaushik in India. Welcome.
Thank you, Aya Tathaloka. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me here. Please give me a second so that I can share my screen.
Yes, please. Now we have participants live here via Zoom, but also then we have people who are on Facebook Live and who are with us on the YouTube live stream. So those who are here were able to talk to one another and able to have chat together. So please go ahead. We're all here and all ready to go.
Share co-host, then co-host.
So you are now co-host, so you should be able to screen share, hopefully.
I'm trying. I'm not very good at this.
Don't worry, we're all learning.
Should you explain how?
On your screen, in the middle, there is a button called screen share. Maybe you can press that one.
It's on my screen, it's green, and it has an up arrow, and it's in the bottom center of the screen. I see it if I take my cursor and I hover over the bottom area, then it appears together with chat and participants' reactions. It's a green square box with up arrow.
Is it visible?
Just move the mouse, then you will see the bottom of the screen.
I think I've shared screen. I want to know if it's visible, the slides that I have.
Not visible right now.
Yeah, we don't see that yet.
If the tech support can help me with this.
Venerable, what I could do is I could try to do a screen share and maybe point it out. I'm not sure if you can see.
Now, I can see the screen share, but I have this presentation on my system. How do I share that?
Where is the presentation stored? What type of program?
I've put it, it's a PPT, I've put it on the desktop.
Okay, so
how
what you may need to do is actually run the program that you're using it with, and then when you go to share the screen, it may show that running program, and then you choose that program. So I would go ahead and double click on it to open up the program that runs it.
Yeah, it's open in front of me.
Okay, and now if you go down to screen share and click on it, does it give you a series of things to choose from there?
Yes, it says, yeah, I got it.
Okay, and so if you see the program, you can click on the program and then share. If there's any audio, you'll need to check the box in the bottom left corner that says to share the audio. And also if it has any video, you'll need to check the box that says optimize for video.
Oh, I'm so sorry for this.
No worries. We've had our share of foibles, Zoom joys and Zoom challenges today. I think it's like samsara in a way. I mean, the longer you keep going with it, the more things that you have a chance to experience like this.
I'll try connecting it with.
Another option would be to choose just the share screen, just share desktop, and that way we'll see all the things that you're doing, but at least we'll see the front of the program as well. Can you tell me what you're seeing now?
I see a screen which says basic, advanced, and files. And then there is Box, Google Drive, Microsoft OneDrive, Dropbox, and Microsoft SharePoint.
Okay, thank you. If you would click on basic, please, in the top left.
Okay. Yes, I think I have it now. Thank you.
Sure.
Is it visible?
Oh, great. Sadhu, wonderful.
Okay.
Congratulations. Roger is a genius, by the way. He's a professional, paid to be a genius.
Thank you. So
today. Lucky us.
Yes. So I'd like to begin. You have here a slide of the famous Sanchi Stupa, and I'm going to be talking about Sanchi today. So when we look at primary and secondary literature, there it's almost negligible. It's almost silent on the subject of monastic spaces for women in Buddhism, and we know that. So when I started with my work on the subject, I had to fall back almost wholly on archaeological sources. And when I started looking at archaeological sources, it was the epigraphic data, the inscriptions of the donor women uh, that drew me the most. When we look at epigraphic data concerning women, a large part of that data for the early period till about 400 centuries after Christ comes from Sanchi. And why are these important? Sorry?
It means
I can't hear you.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So when we look at the inscriptional records of these donor women, we come across the various identifying categories that they have used in their inscriptions to identify themselves. And we see that here a lot of these women identify, they don't use the conventional patriarchal forms of, address. They don't introduce themselves as the daughter or the wife of, though it's evident that some of them are doing it. A lot of them, almost 38.11%, prefer to give themselves a customized social address. They identify themselves by their native place or by their personal names. And when we look at the native place that they're coming from, a large part of the donor records of the upasikas, as we can see from this slide here, comes from Sanchi, this entire area. These are the upasikas. So we have so many upasikas coming from Sanchi, a good chunk from Bharut, and then Mathura as well. When we come to Bhikkhunis, it's almost entirely Sanchi. So we have a lot of women coming from Sanchi, donating at Sanchi, Bhikkhuni women. There are some women, like I came across some 8 inscriptions of Bhikkhunis from Vidisha coming and donating at Sanchi. So they've been coming from all over, but mostly if you look at the names and you try to identify these historical places, they are all in and around Sanchi. So, I mean, I don't think it's wrong to deduce that a lot of these Bhikkhuni viharas were located in and around Sanchi. Here we have a visibility chart which shows Upasikas and Bhikkhunis. Again, Sanchi is at the top, and we have here, it's interesting to note that the number of Bhikkhunis at Sanchi is even larger than Upasikas. So where is this Sanchi? It is located in the center, in the middle of the country, and the site is intersected by 2 ancient trade routes. So that is briefly on the location. So why do we have, why are there so many women here? Why are they donating so much? At this very site, this site is not in any way directly associated with the historical Buddha. He did not travel as far as Sanchi. So the one reason that we have, obviously it's on the trade routes, it's directly accessible, it's not as difficult to travel to as some other remote Buddhist sites that we have. It gradually developed into a pilgrim site later on, but when we are talking about the inscriptions, the ones that I'm referring to, they are mostly early inscriptions. At that point of time, Sanchi, the Buddhist site, was slightly different from sites like Bodh Gaya, which are directly associated with the life of the Buddha. So one of the reasons that we have why it grew so rapidly as a Buddhist settlement from the archaeological perspective is its historical association with Devi, who Ayata Thaloka just mentioned. So as we all know, when Ashoka was traveling through the region as the viceroy or the Uparaja, he married the daughter of a local banker and of Vidisha. And from her, he had 3 children. The first 2 were sons, Ujjainia and Mahendra, and a daughter, Sanghamitta. And before setting out, and this is a very brief, though this is recorded in the Mahavamsha, this very brief background has also been discussed by Marshall in his excavation report. And according to the Mahavamsha, Mahindra, before setting out for the island for Sri Lanka, he visited his mother at Sanchi or Shetagiri, as the place is mentioned in the Mahavamsha, where he was put up in a very nice grand monastery, which she herself had erected or caused to be erected. So this is the brief background about the site and her association with the monarch and his active patronage for the site probably helped the site grow to what we see it as today. So now going back to the site, this is a general site plan of Sanchi. What we have here, we see a number of viharas, as in these are the viharas. Is it, do you want me to enlarge it? But from what we have here, most of these sites, I mean, when you look at the ancient excavation reports some 100 years back, most of the sites that have been discussed in those reports do not exist anymore. A lot of viharas and smaller stupas have disappeared, but this is by and large what stands on the ground today. Next is a generic view of vihara, the ruins of a vihara as we have today at Sanchi. And on the left, you see the cistern, and there are many such waterworks that were excavated at the site to sustain the monastic complexes. Now when we look at this plan, there is the stupa 2 is somewhere here. It's not on the plan, we cannot see it, but it's further down. This is stupa 1, and between stupa 2 and stupa 1 towards the east, the excavator that is Muhammad Hamid Qureshi in the year 1936, during his excavations, suggested that he found a vihara that could have been Devi Vihara. So that was his idea, and he has tried to identify this excavated structure with on the basis of its architectural features and the finds from the site, from the vihara. So this vihara, he says, is dated to the Mauryan period, and this has been done on the basis of a number of facts. The brick sizes were Mauryan. One of the criteria that we take even today to establish the antiquity of a site, the architectural members are, you know, looked at for their stylistic features. The brick sizes are taken into account to date structures. So the brick sizes were Mauryan. They found inscriptions and they found a seal bearing the name of Basali. This name is also found on an inscription on Stupa 2. And these inscriptions date back to 200 BC. So that also establishes the date of the vihara. And this happens to be the only structure with a brick facing at Sanchi. So these are the things that he is, you know, stating to establish that the vihara is from the Mauryan period. Largely the viharas that we have here, there's so many here, and then a few here, there are many more this side. Largely when we look at the viharas at Sanchi, they all date back to the 6th, 7th, 8th centuries. This is one of the earliest that he talks about. And then he goes on. Yeah.
May I ask you a very brief question? Venerable Bhikkhuni Sobanateri here is a disciple of Bhante Gunaratana, who lived in India in this area as a missionary with the Mahabodhi Society years and years ago, back in the 50s, I think,
60s.
Or early 60s. And he is the one who first told me about this. He said he used to take his walk through this very area, and he actually sent me a picture, very much a site plan, very much like what you just shared. And he said local people said that one of the ruins in that area was the Devi Vihara. I think he said at the east side, and he showed even his walking route through there, which I can actually see as kind of like along a stream or something on your map. This is years ago he told me about this. And so for years and years, it's got to be more than 10 years since he told me. I hope to learn about this. And thank you. Is the place that you're mentioning is that the place that local people by tradition say is her vihara? That's like just to the, south and east? He would walk through along this eastern part there and walk through the site, like the southeastern part across it.
The vihara that Hamid talks about, it's supposed to be somewhere here on the when you look at the plan, it's more towards the southeast.
Right.
Not exactly southeast. I would say east of Super 2 would be more towards the somewhere here, This is the west. But towards the east, when we are talking about the Devi Vihara, according to Hamid, it has to be somewhere here, this area. But when I was looking at Vihara plans, this monastery here towards the east, extreme east, I believe is a Bhikkhuni Vihara. Now that is my interpretation, and I did not so much go into that, but we can discuss this later after I've finished with Hamid's suggestions.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah. So this is the area that he talks about, and there's so many secondary works which actually mention that other than the main stupa, the core of the main stupa, the only other structure that we have dating back to the Mauryan period would be this vihara. And apart from the dating of this structure, which is supposedly the oldest Mauryan structure, contemporary to the period in which probably Devi lived, other finds which are very interesting, something which we don't usually find from viharas. They found 8 Western Kshatrapa coins, many copper coins of different periods, a strainer of jade, green jade, uncut sapphire, many iron objects, an iron trident which was slightly broken, one arm was broken. All of this was found in a vihara cell. From another cell of the same vihara, Hamid describes the things that they found, which include an uninscribed gold medallion which had an embossed head of a Greek king, one roughly cut square diamond with a hole in the center, which was probably a bead, carnelian beads, agate beads, cat's eye, many semi-precious, precious stone fragments of ruby, emerald, ivory and copper, crystal, toe rings, jewelry. He found a lot of interesting objects from this structure. Now, when we look, the Mauryan structure that we're talking about is I don't know if you can see it very clearly. This is the ruins of an apsidal structure here, and on my right is the conjectural view of the same structure, which was put in the report. And as you can see, this is a double-storied structure with which was supposed to have entrances from two sides, the east and the west. Now, the problem is apsidal structures are usually associated with temples. We don't know if this could have been the vihara that he has talked about, but this happens to be the earliest Mauryan structure again at the site. We don't have, as of today, we don't have any vihara with Mauryan brick lining at the site other than this, which is the oldest, other than the core of the stupa 1. Now going back to the slide here, the possible reasons why this could be Devi Vihara. One would be the date, the other the finds. I mean, we don't usually see such things. It could have been, even though she had renounced the world, she could have, the finding of such things in a monastery uh, would indicate that she had the resources to, you know, uh, maybe she carried souvenirs from a past life, maybe for whatever reasons. I mean, she could have used it to, you know, um, sustain other monastics at the site. But this is not what we usually find at during excavations from cells. And there's a lot of semi-precious things that we're getting. The thing that I found most interesting was this temple here, the apsidal temple, the stupa. This is the main, it had, the site had an organic evolution. When you look at this main primary core of the site, this is the central stupa, and the earliest structures grew up around this main stupa. This is stupa 3 and stupa 2 is here. So all the earliest structures came up around this area. And it is not surprising that the vihara that he talks about, the modern dated vihara, is also within this circle. So it could have been the vihara that we are looking for. That is what Hamid says. But when I looked up the monastic plans, this is a generic plan. We have a central courtyard, and then you have cells all around. This is what this is the usual ground plan of viharas in South Asia, everywhere. But when I looked at all of these closely, monastery vihara 45 here to the extreme right, when you see the courtyard, it has a partition wall running all around it, which was wooden. And we have found few others with similar, architectural features, where there is a partition between the central courtyard, which restricts the views of the cells beyond it. So if this is what I feel, if there was any, what do you call, meet congregation happening, any ritual to be taken care of within the central courtyard, the inmates would still retain their privacy in such monasteries. This is a feature which is not usually seen in the other monasteries, and this is what makes it stand apart. So for me, this certainly appears to be Bhikkhuni viharas, and the fact that, many other viharas that have been found in India, which appear to be Bhikkhuni viharas for whatever reasons, the finds, the inscriptional evidence, whatever, they all have one thing in common: they have always been found towards the east. Now, this is also towards the east, and it has a screen or a partition wall, which provides for additional security. All of these things are what makes it appear to be a Bhikkhuni Vihara, though it's much later in date. But again, this structure has seen a lot of renovations and rebuilding over the ages. So I am not sure from the data that we have today on the ground. I am not very sure if this could have been the Vihara that Ayya Tathaloka was talking about, but this certainly appears to be a Bhikkhuni Vihara. And we have another one, according to the excavator who excavated almost 100 years ago, that is supposedly, if you look at the map, it is directly opposite to the Bhikkhuni Vihara that I'm talking about. So as of now, we have two probable Viharas that could have been, either one of them could have been Devi Vihara. The one, monastery 45, though it has nothing today which could date it back to the modern period, but the architectural ground plan, as I've just discussed, indicates. But then, as we've seen the records, there's so many Bhikkhunis hailing from this area, and this could have been one of the many Bhikkhuni Viharas in the area. I'm not denying the fact that there could have been more than one Bhikkhuni Viharas. But this is what I have for the moment, and this is the area according to Hamid Qureshi, which could have been probably the Devi Vihara that we talk about and we've learn about.
Thank
So
you. Wonderful, wonderful. Dr. Kaushik, thank you so much for sharing with us about this.
Welcome.
I feel like I would like to go through even much more with you and so many questions. And also, I've heard from our tech support that Venerable Bandarawela Dhammadarani is ready to meet us live at the Sanghamitta Stupa in Anuradhapura. So we're now going to travel via the powers of Zoom from India with Dr. Kaushik. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing this interesting information. I've been waiting for more than a decade to learn further about this and sharing with all of us. And welcome to stay with us if you would like. I think you've been to Sanghamitta Stupa before, but now for all of us, we're now going to travel from India then in Sanghamitta's footsteps, the path of her boat, then onto the island of Sri Lanka and to Anuradhapura, the sacred city, and coming into the nearby, the oldest of the stupas there in its site, Sanghamitta Sohuna, the cremation site of Sanghamitta Terry. Welcome to Venerable Dhammadarani. If you're here with us now, I'd like to invite everyone, sadhu, sadhu, into Anuradhapura and Sanghamitta Stupa. Be small and make her
Show the stupa. Show the stupa.
Oh.
No, I don't know. This is a stupa. Sanghamitta stupa. But I'm the Bandarani from Sri Lanka. Dhammadarani Silmata from Sri Lanka.
Everyone,
May the novel Teruvan Saranai Venerable, Teruvan Saranai to all of you.
Triple gem blessings.
Blessings. Yeah. This today is a light rainy day today. Feels like 24 Celsius here. It's a bit cooler.
Yes, it
Can you hear me?
Rainy and green and mossy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, correct. Yes.
Oh.
Shall we show everything, and what we have to do is to show the stupa.
Sure. Take us on a walk around the stupa.
Walk, all right.
Also, there are ruins nearby that the
that's right.
archaeologists say are the foundation
Archaeologists.
of old Bhikkhuni residence nearby.
Yeah.
And show us the direction of where the Bodhi tree is. The Jayashree Bodhi is
Bodhi is at the left.
To the south of Sanghamitta Stupa. I think now we're looking south.
This is the top of the Sanghamitta Stupa.
So it has been very partially renovated. A few years ago, it was in much more dilapidated condition. And then a number of our friends and others in Sri Lanka then raised some funds and got permission from the archaeology department to do initial partial renovations here, which is what you see now. Even our late Venerable Bhikkhuni Satima Terry, who passed away earlier on this year, and she and friends, she's the one who let me know about this, and she was a big part of then gathering friends together for the initial partial renovations here.
Yeah, right side of me, there has a bo tree. Jayashree Mahabodhi's tree is right of my side.
Oh.
Yeah,
yes.
We couldn't show you that one, but the Tuparam Dagaba is nearby here. Tuparam.
Tuparama is very nearby. Can you show us?
Very nearby.
Tuparama is also a very special place. It's the first stupa built in this time of the Mahinda Taro. And between Sanghamitta Stupa and Tuparama is where there's the foundations of what's said to be the old Bhikkhuni residence. So maybe for the Bhikkhunis coming for pilgrimage or for like caring for Sanghamitta Stupa, maybe. Those are the foundations there.
Yeah, 2 years back you were there with us.
Yeah, I remember well. I've been there so many times now. I spent quite a bit of time there.
Because of Corona, we miss everything.
These are the foundations then of, according to the archaeology, of the old Bhikkhuni's residence, and we're going towards Tuparama. According to the chronicles, then Sanghamitta was the place she was cremated was the site of the Jayashree Mahabodhi to the south, and then just to the east of Tuparama, which is where we are right now here. It's just to the east of Tuparama. I don't know, it's white, so I don't know if you can see it, but it's like directly ahead in the video here. And this foundation then was the Bhikkhuni's building. Wonderful sound of the local fauna. Classical foundations, stairwell. And then we'll be able to look back at Sanghamitta Stupa from here. It's so quiet right now. It's wonderful. It's not crowded and overrun with pilgrims. What an excellent ambiance. There's such good ambiance coming through. We were just looking towards the Pada Lanchana and Tuparama. Pada Lanchana is the place where there's also a similar small stupa like this was built to then upon the footprint of the former Buddha is the tradition. That compound there is the Tuparama compound. Also, one of the earliest of the initial Bodhi tree saplings that came from the Jayashree Mahabodhi. One was planted in this compound here, but it's already passed away. So just the enclosure for it still remains. But that there you can see Tuparama now. it's such an amazing area and so nice to be here now today after the rain and with it quiet. Venerable Dhammadarani has built her kuti nearby to here, not far away. So we're so fortunate. When I was there, then I could meet her, and we could visit these sites together, and so nearby for her to be able to join together today.
This is the surrounding area of Tuparama.
Yes. Tuparama, the area that I think that she's pointing here is actually looking at the old monastery, the like Great Cloud, Mahameka, the original monastery in this area, developed during Mahinda Thero's time. When we go over the story, then that was offered to Mahinda Thero as like a comfortable place to spend the night and not need to go back to the mountain. Oh, so wonderful. It's the peacock. Meow, you heard.
So Buddha statue is there.
Yes. Samadhi Buddha is there. Wonderful Samadhi Buddha. Moonstone.
There's another area that the right of the right side for sets hai. Could you remember whenever that area is?
The other side is Padalanchana.
Padalanchana, isn't it? Correct. Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah, Padalanchana. Yeah.
Yes. There's also a smaller, old, small.
We are walking towards that.
That's just been very provisionally renovated, just a little bit. Padalanchana also is considered like a very sacred space. You know, according to some of the Sri Lankan chronicles, then even like the previous Buddhas is said to have touched down here. This is looking at greatly expanded time frames of humanity and of Buddhas. Oh.
Yeah, that's right. This Tuparama.
Opening up this window for us to join you together today here in Anuradhapura at Sanghamitta Stupa and Tuparama on our Sanghamitta Day.
There's people are sweeping very nicely. It's sandy. There's a design. Could you see that?
Yes, I can see.
Valley Malua, yeah, they're sweeping very nicely. We will walk towards the Tuparame.
Okay. And then, Venerable, you're welcome to join us if you're able to. We're going to then travel to Nepal, Kathmandu area, live, to the stupa of Sanghamitta Terry's younger sister, Padumati. Aha, here we have Nepal together, Kathmandu, Chaba Hill. This is Bante Tapasi Dhamma. Bante, can you see we're in Anuradhapura also together? Tuparamaya. Greetings, Bante, Vanda. Now we are spanning from Sri Lanka to Nepal live. This is amazing. Bante, will you let us know when you're ready?
Kathmandu, no? Samani joining from Kathmandu.
Kathmandu, yes. Charumati Stupa, Sanghamitta Terry's younger sister.
This is the surrounding is greenery. You can show that side of
Yes.
surroundings. Were big trees, huh?
Yes.
Very large trees.
So calm and tranquil and atmospheric.
There, that side is that Jethanarame. Could you see the Jethanarame? Can you see that?
I'm not sure if I can see it, but there are to everyone, there are the great stupas here from the ancient.
Yeah.
Hello.
This is
Bante, are you
yes,
ready? I think our Bante in Kathmandu, Charumati Stupa, looks like he may be ready. Venerable, would you like to join us now, traveling to Kathmandu? Venerable Dhammadharani?
Yeah. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Bante. Teruwan Saranai. Bante,
Yeah.
he went to study in Sri Lanka. He is a disciple of one of the Sankarajas of Sri Lanka and studied in Sri Lanka. And then his teacher in Sri Lanka told him to come back and take care of this stupa because his teacher is a historian. Also, I met him and he told me
Introduction start.
Good morning, Bante.
We start.
Yes, we can
start
start.
here.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I am Reverend Tapasi Dhamma from Kathmandu, Nepal. Now we are living here in Kathmandu, very historical place, 2,300 year old. It's a Charmati Stupa. Okay. This located in the, it's very famous in Kathmandu Valley. Is a World Heritage Site in the Pashupatinath in the Hindu temple, and another site is from here 15 minutes you go walk to the biggest stupa in the Bauddhanath. This Charmati stupa, the middle site in the main road in Kathmandu, middle site in the Kathmandu, this Charmati stupa. So we are here in the Charmati stupa is Ashok period. We still have the Ashok period. When I came to this place, before I don't know this history, I studied in Sri Lanka in the 12 years. There, my teacher, whenever go to the Dhamma was Naik Thero, he told in Kathmandu have is a very important and historical place in the Charmati Vihara, Charmati Stupa. So I, after my study finishing, I came to Kathmandu, 1992. Come back to 92 in Kathmandu, Nepal. I was live here and I am living here until now also. So this place is in conservation. Conservation and development in this place. Before this very unclear, clean and very dirty place. After I slowly this place and developing and conservation. After 2002, 2000, we are reconstruction in this stupa. Uh, this stupa we are export the various kind and encroachment and pollution displays. There are also need of security along with the need protecting and preserving this stupa and many others stone inscription, Buddha statue and small statue and surrounding. Surrounding is a legend. Have it that Charmati once. You can see the here in the Dhammachakra. You around here Dhammachakra and some inscription in here. I will show you the around the stupa.
Bante,
And
can
here
you see
is
the Bodhi tree also?
a very an inscription and around Dhammachakra four place in the four direction in the stupa. Also here before this stupa have very biggest area. Now it's very narrow. And now you can see the Bodhi tree. Bodhi tree. Now it's a main road in the now it's a stupa and the Bodhi tree is now huh? Separate now. Before it's one area and now it's separate in the down main road. Bodhi tree is separate and stupa is separate. And the Charmati Vihar also separate now.
Yes, I see
Now
we
only
have
this
Padmanabhan Shakya also on with us here, and archaeologist Junu is also now on our Zoom together. Junu Bhaskar.
Okay.
Greetings, Padmanabhan Shakya. Greetings to Junu, archaeologist researcher Junu.
Vandana, Venerable. Vandana Tatholoka. Vandana Tatholoka. Vandana.
Shakya, sir, very glad to see you. Archaeologist, researcher, Juno Basukula, nice, very glad to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Vandana, Bhikkhuni, Vandana.
May you be well and happy.
Namaste, Juna Bhaini.
Namaste.
I'm happy to see all of you and very happy to see Charumati Stupa. It's wonderful.
Bhikkhuni, I want to say something about Charumati Stupa.
Yes, please.
Vandana, all venerables and all the scholars. I am Dr. Juno Basukala from Nepal. I am lecturer of Tribhuvan University and visiting faculty of Kathmandu University of Nepal. My research areas are Buddhist art, architecture and culture, as well as Newar art and culture of Kathmandu Valley. I have researched about Charumati Stupa and have published book in our national language, Nepali, about 10 years ago. Currently, the book is out of stock. When I have researched about Charumati Stupa, I found that it is one of the earliest stupas of Kathmandu Valley. Charumati Stupa seems to have been erected in the 3rd century BC based on legends, chronicles, and 2 archaeological objects. The chronicle of the history of Nepal. The history of Nepal is written on the 19th century, edited by Daniel Wright, and it is known as History of Nepal. The history of Nepal mentions that Charumati was the daughter of Emperor Ashoka. The local Buddhist people also believed that Charumati was Ashoka's daughter and she commissioned the construction of this stupa. During the renovation of the stupa in 2002 CE, two peculiar bricks were discovered. The first brick is inscribed with a wheel and the letters Charuvati Thupa in Brahmi script. The second brick is engraved with a wheel, two swastiks, and the words Charuvati in Brahmi script and Charuvati Thande Hetu Prabha in Pujimol script. Both of them are currently kept at the National Museum of Nepal, where the first brick is displayed in the Buddhist section, whereas the second brick is kept in the store. National and international scholars disagree with the relations between Charumati and Ashok based on the history of Nepal chronicles and legends, because other documents of Nepal and India do not mention anything regarding Charumati as the daughter of King Ashok. Furthermore, even the findings from the renovations of the stupa in 2000 CE could not provide any such evidence. However, it is interesting to note that the history of Nepal does state that King Dharmadatta erected the stupa in the northwest corner of Pashupati temple. It is one of the most important Hindu temple. It is known as Pashupati temple, which is mentions also, which is said also Pichu Tapasi Dhamma. The history of Nepal chronicle also mentions that the Lichivi kings also renovated a stupa in the northwest side of Pashupati temple, which could be Charumati stupa, since it is located exactly at the northwest side of the Pashupati temple. Deepa Vamsa and Mahavamsa mentions that Emperor Ashok had sent Buddhist commissionaries to 9 countries. Among them, Majima Thera was selected to travel in the Himalayan region. The Himalayan region was known as Kathmandu Valley in the ancient time. Since since this region, it is likely Charumati also joined Majima Thera and came to Kathmandu. The legend and chronicle indicate that Charumati stupa was raised in the 3rd century BC and is one of the earliest stupas of the Kathmandu Valley. The stupa is related with Charumati, a fact which is now proved through the discovery of 2 bricks. Although Charumati did not have any sort of authentic connections with Emperor Ashok, Charumati is considered as a historical personality of the 3rd century BC in Nepal. In India and Sri Lanka, the Buddhist documents chronicles the names of queens, sons and daughters of King Ashok, but those documents do not mention the name Charumati as Ashok's daughter. It can be speculated that perhaps Charumati might have been the daughter of Ashok, born from an illegitimate wife. Therefore, her name may not have been included in the family tree. Many Ashok pillars in Nepal and India possess Brahmi script and Pali languages. A Dhamma wheel is inscribed in some Buddhist monuments, such as the ones in Sarnath and Sanchi, made by Emperor Ashok. Incidentally, similar patterns of Brahmi script, Pali language, and a Dhamma wheel is inscribed in both the 2 bricks recovered from the Charumati stupa renovation in 2002 AD. Therefore, it is likely that somebody elevated this stupa and inscribed Charuvati Thupa and the wheel after her nirvana. In this manner, among the 4 types of stupa, Sarirak stupa, Paribhog stupa, Dhamma stupa, and Udesik, Charumati stup could be the Sharirik stup or Dhamma stup. Mahaparinirvan Sutta mentioned that according to Buddha's stupas could be raised based on 4 different personalities: Samyak Sambuddha, Pacheka Buddha, Tathagata Savaka, and King Chakravati. The chronicle history of Nepal also states that Charumati built a Bihar and stayed there till her death. Charumati could become Arhant, and Charumati stup was erected after the Nirvana. So it is difficult to assume to whom did the relics discovered during the 2002 renovation belong to Buddha or Charumati or any other person. One of the missionaries of Asok might have erected this stup with the relic. With this logic, this stup might be one of the 84,000 stupas of Asok. The chronicle also states that Charumati built a Bihara. According to the Buddhist tradition, a stup must be installed within the Bihar for worshipping. The stup built for worshipping is known as Dhamma stup. So it is likely that Charumati wished to raise a Dhamma stup, although this stup is Sharirik or Dhamma stup. The preliminary stup could have been erected using an earthen mound. The chronicles also state that the stup was renovated by the different Lichavi kings. Through time, the Charumati stup has been modified with more complex and new additions. According to the different inscriptions which are installed surrounding of the Charumati stup shows that from 7th century till 2002 AD, there is a record of constant renovation taking place at Charumati stup once every 140 to 160 years, except once in the 9th century. It is evident that these renovations added new elements to the structure. Currently, the Charumati stup stands in the Vajrayana tradition's form. The initial earthen stup was only reconstructed and renovated. They were often periodically enlarged and added. Thus, it can be said that the stup constantly went through evolutionary changes in the character. Hence, the newly renovated stupas were very likely to add on the existing norms and practice of art and architectural styles, forms, materials, and even interpretations. All this shows that the stups were erected according to the social, religious, cultural, and political traditions, norms, and values of the country. Thank you.
Charumati Stupa, Dando Chaitya. And now I think we have Paramanand Shakya also inside. He's walked from the stupa area to the vihara area. So we're at the entryway of the vihara. The inscription says that this vihara, for some time, the name was Suvarnapura, which means like golden city. And in more recent history, it has been the place of the Kumaris, who some of you might have heard about as Nepal's living goddesses. The Kumari tradition has now been retired, but the vihara continues as a place for local community rituals in the Vajrayana tradition, particularly related to Lokeshwara, Avalokiteshvara, various forms of Avalokiteshvara. However, with the discovery of the ancient bricks at Charumati Stupa, then it's thought that this nearby ancient vihara, which is very close nearby, may be the ancient Charumati Vihara. that the chronicles say was constructed. So we visited here before. Paramanand Shakya, would you like to tell us anything about it? I hope you can show us the Buddha on top of the stupa in the central courtyard, and show us also the picture of the last Kumari, Nepal's living goddess. But now I'm curious, I saw that the young boy is living Ganesh, and also young boy is living Bhairava. Still, this tradition is continuing, I saw, but Kumari has been retired now. Paramanand Shakya, sir, we lost your video. Aha. And we have a little bit of time because we have Bhante who is giving the Dhamma talk soon. But Bhante, we don't see Bhante who is giving the Dhamma Deshana, not yet. He did not arrive yet. So I think we have a little bit of time. Juno, is there anything else you would like to tell us?
The archaeological department
But
of
now I can't hear you. Sound is
Sorry?
off.
Sorry.
Oh, yes, please.
The archaeological department of Nepal do not examine the two bricks yet. We do not confirm the two bricks, the where it is inscribed in the two bricks due to lack of the economics. Tapasi Dhamma and I have tried to examine the two bricks. The government of Nepal or the archaeological department of do not want to examine, they do not help us. They do not help us. We want to, the two bricks, we Tapasi Dhamma and I have want to try it, examined from the radiocarbon dating, but we have a lack of economics and we have no radiocarbon datings in Nepal. If all of you are help to us, we want to examine both of examined bricks, and we are going to also translate it to English language. We are trying to translate the. We have published the Charumatistu books 10 years ago, but in our national language, a lot of people's demands. This book should be translated in English. International scholars and Buddhist Dhammas did not understand in our Nepali language. So we are going to translate it, this book in this coming year.
Made available.
Yeah. Bhante, do you want to say anything?
Tech support. If
Yeah,
we have
yeah.
a moment more.
Yeah.
Do we have a moment more still? Or?
Yeah, just
Bhikkhuni Tathagata. Some technical issue is there. Paramahansa Shakya, could you show us a little bit around the Charumati Vihara? We can invite you to unmute yourself or ask tech support to please unmute you.
Bhikkhuni Tathagata, namaste.
Aha, please go ahead. Can you spotlight Paramahansa Shakya?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, hello. Please go ahead.
Venerable Tathaloka,
Yes, Paramahansa Shakya, sir.
it seems my net is very weak here
Oh.
today. Am I audible there?
Yes, good.
Hello.
Hello, your video and sound are good. Very clear here.
Okay, it seems my net is very weak here. Data is also not supporting much.
It seems good here. Video is good and sound is good. Check it with Bhante. Ah. Okay. Just a moment. I see your message coming. I'll check on it now. Aha. So, Bhante Sumita Tero is trying to call. From 13 minutes ago, he was calling. Call by a messenger. Just a moment. I don't know if I'll be able to do this. Friends, it has been absolutely amazing that we could go together to India and Sri Lanka and Nepal. And now we have our Bhante Sumita Tero, who is offering our Dhamma talk this evening. And I think trying to get on. Let's see if it's possible for him to connect. Bhante Tapasi Dhamma, we have another Bhante.
Yes, Venerable Tathagata Bhikkhuni.
Yes, Bhante.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
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 Yes, Bhante.
Yes, now we are. This Zoom meeting is very important.
Hello. Am I audible there? Can you hear me, Bhikkhuni?
Yes, I can. Bhante?
Yeah.
On
Okay.
Zoom?
Okay, give the Paramananda. Okay, it talk.
Bhante, thank you very much. All our appreciation and anumodhana. So much appreciate your kindness and generosity. And Dr. Basukala, Juno, And also to Paramahansa Shakya, thank you for welcoming us to Charumati Stupa and Charumati Vihara today. Much appreciation to you, and I hope we all have a chance to benefit from your sharing. Now, Bhante is asking for the Zoom link. Just a moment. I'm going to try to get that for him. Pardon me for a moment.
Shall I do the slideshow?
Yes, please. And Bhante Sumita Taro, I'm not sure if you can see me now, but I'm trying to send now the Zoom link to you. But because of the video, everything is very slow. I've just sent you the Zoom link to join, Bhante.
Yeah.
We're waiting to welcome.
Hello.
Yes, Bhante. We have our Dhamma speaker for this evening. And for you, it's morning. But for our final program this evening, the Dhamma speaker, Dhamma Deshaka, is now coming on to speak to us about Dhamma this evening. Bhante, thank you so much. Bhante Tapasi Dhamma, Paramahansa Shakya. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. Blessings of the Noble Triple Gem to you, to everyone there. We appreciate being able to connect live today with Charumati Stupa and Charumati Vihara. I think he's trying to get on now. I think it may be okay as he tries to get on. Tech support, I think please look out for Bhante Sumita Taro at Dhamma US, who will be coming on very shortly. We'd like to ask, we have a small, very short slideshow of the slides from our visit to Charumati Stupa and Charumati Vihara that we're going to share with you. This is from our visit there in person 2 years ago. While we ask tech support to please help assist Bhante Sumita Taro to come on the call.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so this is a slideshow from our visit 2 years ago to the Charumati Stupa. You can see some older photos of the stupa. It's been there a long time. And in 2002, there was this great flood. Rains, heavy rains, and the stupa cracked.
I'm not able to see anything.
You're not able to see anything?
Oh, now I can. Ancient Chavahil Stupa cracked. Thank you.
Yes, so the ancient Chavahil stupa cracked, as we heard. In the renovations that came after that, they were able to dig down into the foundations and let's see, so here they are building up, here they are digging down. And what they found down there was the evidence that allowed them to know that this was in fact, or at least a piece of evidence, that this is the stupa belonging to Charumati, the daughter of Emperor Ashoka. This is the brick that was being discussed. It has the inscription saying, given by Charumati. with the Dhamma wheel up here, you can see in the ancient Brahmi script. So they found that down there, and that there had been the legend that it was the stupa of Charamati, but it had only been a legend in a local history. And so when they found that, that was another piece of evidence that it was in fact true. And so they completed the renovations, and Ayatollah heard about this. And so we came to visit on a sort of mission trip 2 years ago. Let's see. Here we are, arriving at the airport in Kathmandu.
This is with Ayajayati.
Yes, this is with Ayajayati.
At that time, Anagarika Kachayana.
Yes. So here's, well, we've already seen a bit of it today. This is the Charamati Stupa when we visited 2 years ago. You can see it's a popular local spot. And let's see, coming around the corner here, you see the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree used to be part of the same temple complex, but now the ring road has come through and split it away from the stupa, but it's still there. And Ayatollah has a plan for it. Maybe she'll want to talk about that in a minute.
It's not exactly that I have a plan for it, but you see in this area, it's hard for the Bodhi trees from South Asia to survive in the cold. But this Bodhi tree has been living in Kathmandu, Nepal, with even the freezing weather. We were there in freezing weather and the Bodhi tree was completely fine. And I thought, oh, if we got a branch of that Bodhi tree and then brought it to Northern California, I think it won't have trouble with freezing weather. So this is where I got the idea. Maybe we bring a branch of the Bodhi tree from Charamati to live here. It's a dream.
Yes. So I'm not sure if that was audible because our microphone has moved, but the idea of bringing a cutting from this tree that might survive in the Northern California winters. Anyway, here we are circling around the stupa. And here's Ayajayati. Spinning the prayer wheels. We were warmly welcomed by Bhante Tapasi Dhamma there, who showed us around. We were also invited, well, Ayatollah was invited to give a talk. So you can see her there in front of the stupa with the signs advertising her talk.
My talk was on, I was invited to speak on Buddhist women's awakening in the 21st century.
As the sign says. So here we are entering the vihara, well, the office space. We had a meeting there to go over some of the pictures and some of the history. And let's see. Oh yes, we got to see the bricks. We've been hearing about brick sizes and everything you can learn from bricks. And so there was some brick examination that happened. And I'm not knowledgeable enough to say more about that, but everyone else who was in that conversation was knowledgeable. So I assure you, it was much to be learned from these bricks. Okay, let's play. There's also some ancient inscriptions here around the site. And then we walk down the street to the Charamati Vihara. This is the site where it's believed that Charamati lived in her later life as a bhikkhuni. It's not the building that she lived in, but it's the site. And here in the inner sanctum, there is a little statue, a figure that is said to be of depicting Charamati. She has a bit of a crown there, so this may be during the time when she was a queen. Not during the time she was a bhikkhuni. But there she is, Charamati. This is the Kumari, the more recent occupant of this building. This is the tradition to have the living goddess, the young girl who is chosen to be the living goddess. This tradition has now been retired, but the picture here is of the most recent Kumari who no longer lives there, but did when she was young. And let's see, here you can see in the foreground, there's the entrance to the Vihara. And in the background, there's the golden tip of the Charumati Stupa. So you can see, again, they're quite close to each other, just down the street. And you can imagine that this was all one big temple complex. You know, as the Bodhi tree has been cut apart from the stupa, and the Vihara now has all this town infilled between it. But you can see that there may have been some ancient temple complex here that's been built up. Okay. This is just a shot from the Himalayas from our hotel room. Here's the warm welcome at the Dhamma talk that Bhante Tapasi Dhamma arranged. Arriving with many scarves. And just a couple other highlights from our trip. We had the opportunity to pay respects to some of the great elder bhikkhunis in Nepal. This is Guru Ma Dhamawati, who was ordained in 1988 in Bodh Gaya. No, not in Bodh Gaya, in California. Sorry. All right, well, 1988 in California. Also another bhikkhuni, elder bhikkhuni here. So great to be able to see these great elders. We got to see a bit of the Himalayas with our very kind hosts who sent us off with more scarves. And here is, the great skies of Nepal. Chandragiri Hill, looking across to the Himalaya. And here is the Charumati Stupa reaching up to the sky. And that was our trip. So.
And now do we have tech support? Do we have, I see Venerable Sumita is here working on logistics.
Okay.
So last then, thank you very much. This concludes this part of our program. On the ground, connecting to our heritage. And now we're going to be transitioning into our evening Dharma talk program. So we'll get set up for that with so much appreciation to everyone who joined. Dr. Gadima Kaushik from India, and Venerable Bandarawela Dhammatarani from Anuradhapura, Sanghamitta Stupa. Also, Bhante Tapasi Dhamma, Tero Padmanand Shakya, and Dr. Juno Basukala from Charumati Stupa and Vihara in Chapa Hill, Kathmandu, Nepal. Thank you very much from my heart, with loving appreciation to all in India, Sri Lanka, Nepal, all of South Asia. Now we are coming back to California. And we have in Southern California, Bhante Sumita Tero of Dhamma, USA, Venerable Bhikkhuni Sopana Terry will be introducing Bhante. I'd like to invite Venerable Sopana Terry to introduce our evening Dhamma speaker, Venerable Bhante Sumita Tero, evening Dhamma program. Welcome.
Thank you, Aye. Bhante, I have the great enjoyable assignment of giving your introduction this evening. It so happens that we have seen you and heard you quite a lot in the last few years. I can remember one day, I think maybe it was in 2018, something came across my desk announcing Pali classes that were being given and Sutta classes being given online through this new organization called Dhamma USA. And that was the year in which you came from California. I think you were at Anuradhapura, and you reached Southern California and immediately started in a very dynamic and prolific way to offer teaching of the Dhamma, both in person and online. We then subsequently, you became one of the senior bhikkhus who regularly offers the Ovada instruction to the Bhikkhuni Sangha. We have a group of about, I'm not sure how many it is, 20 or 30 Bhikkhunis from all over the West, USA, Canada, and Europe, who come together on the Lunar Observance Day to receive the teaching from Bhikkhu. And so we've had that service. And we also have seen you happily participating in the ordinations of the Bhikkhunis. So these are wonderful services. We see, looking at your history, that you are an educated monk who's had an interest in both in the Dhamma and also having an interest in English, which implies to me an interest and a heart to carry the Dhamma out of its native lands and into the West to be able to bring the Dhamma to an English-speaking world. You were, I think you must have been ordained around 1990 or something like that. It's not on my paper, but I'm doing a hypothesis from your college degree, and assuming that you got ordained at the age of 19 or 20. So now I'd like to welcome you, Bhante, to go ahead and offer us some your advice or your instruction in the Dhamma.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Okay, can everyone see me? Okay.
Yes, Bhante, we can see you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I want to share the screen. Yeah, I'm trying to share the screen.
Bhante, I believe we need to make you a co-host to give you permission to do that.
I'd just like to mention, if you're able to hear me, how much our Bhikkhunis community in North America and even now around the world that are part of our Ovada group appreciate Bhante Sumita Taro and his regular Ovada Dhamma teachings to our Bhikkhuni Sangha, and also his extremely dedicated support and participation in Bhikkhuni ordinations even during this year of pandemic. So there was those aspirants on the East Coast and also here in California at Aloka Vihara Forest Monastery, Venerable Dhammadepa. And then Bhante was among the members of the Venerable Bhikkhu Sangha who joined together in support of that ordination, so that this year was not a year where all ordinations were blocked and couldn't happen. So I deeply appreciate that, and Bhante's sincerity in offering Dhamma resources, Pali studies, also studies of Sanghamitta Teri's journey long ago. I don't know if he'll share with us anything about his research, but he was involved in a research project on this very topic from several years ago. And I'm so interested to know the results of it. Bhante is our Dhamma teacher this evening. And tech support, are we good now?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still muted.
I hope
Bhante,
I hope you can see.
it seems like you're still muted somehow.
I'm using my phone
Your sound is not coming.
for audio. Using.
Okay.
Trying to use my.
Try now. No, still not.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear, but
Aha.
Okay, turn on the sound there.
Okay.
I'm trying to use my phone.
We're nearly there. We're making progress.
Okay, I'm muted here, so you should be okay there.
Okay.
Unless it's
I'm muted here also.
Okay, can you hear?
Yes, Bhante.
I have all right, thank you so much. And I am so happy to be a part of this beautiful ceremony. And we just had a Pali final exam, so we just concluded. And really nice to be with this beautiful congregation of Bhikkhunis. I can also see some of our old friends like Mr. Anand Mahinkanda and so many other people I know here. And Bhikkhuni Tataloka, thank you so much for inviting me. And I remember in 2014, when I joined Professor Louis Lancaster's class, Maritime Buddhism class. And we had to do something on a Sri Lankan port. So I was working on Dambakola Patuna, Jambukola Patana in Pali. And we all students in the class, we were working on different port cities in different Buddhist countries, especially India and Sri Lanka. So I was working on Theri Sanghamitta's route. And somehow I remember those days, Ayya Tathaloka asked me about this because I also noticed that she has also been gathering information, doing a lot of researches. I even read some of your articles in academia. And so it's really nice to see. And I would like to share some of the information that I have with you. And Theri Sanghamitta is like our mother. She has been so much an integral part of Sri Lankan Buddhism. And today is what we call Unduap Full Moon Day. We celebrated today at our temple. So Unduap Full Moon Day is to mark, we actually use that full moon day to respect Theri Sanghamitta. And so the whole day today, we were giving Dhamma talks and we were meditating and we were having Dhamma discussions and we were also having chantings, and all of them we were doing in parallel to the veneration and salutation to Theri Sanghamitta for her immense contribution to Buddhism in Sri Lanka and Bhikkhuni order in particular in Sri Lanka and everywhere in the world. So I really feel this is a great opportunity to share, and what a way to start off with another Dhamma talk here. And I had the wonderful opportunity to stay so close to that Bodhi tree. And I studied in India. I was in Delhi University for 10 years. And then I had opportunity to visit many times to sit under the Bodhi tree in Bodh Gaya. And I also participated Tipitaka chanting ceremony under the Bodhi tree. And also I had the opportunity to give some Dhamma talks there. And so overall, it was a very beautiful experience. Plus, when I back to Sri Lanka after my studies, I had the opportunity to teach in a university exclusively reserved for Buddhist monks in Sri Lanka. And there are 400 Buddhist monks, and I was there. Imagine that is just 5 minutes walk from that Sri Mahabodhi tree that Theri Sanghamitta brought to Sri Lanka. And then when I joined this University of the West, joined my first class, actually, that was my first semester itself. And I had the opportunity to work with Professor Louis Lancaster. I must say, Professor Louis Lancaster, now he's 88 years old, I think. And he's one of the top class Buddhist scholars in the world who work on maritime Buddhism. So that's really an amazing opportunity for me. And then I had the opportunity to work on maritime Buddhism, Theri Sanghamitta's route to Sri Lanka. And I personally visited those places. I visited Jambukola Patana or Dambakola Patuna. I personally visited, but unfortunately I could not find anything. We had 30 years civil war in the country. Northeast was affected. And then, but I still had the opportunity to go there and see all by myself. And I saw those soldiers, Sri Lankan army, they have built a beautiful temple there. And I noticed Theri Bhikkhuni Aya Tatha Loka also visited that place last when she visited Sri Lanka. And I went to Kilinochchi. I heard there was the Bodhi chaplain, Theri Sanghamitta, en route to Anuradhapura. She placed it there, and there was, on the way to Anuradhapura, there were a lot of offerings to a lot of people were paying respect to the Sri Mahabodhi tree. And then she placed it. This was in 3rd century BC, really long time ago, when the immediately after the third Buddhist council, this took place. And Theri Sanghamitta arrival to Sri Lanka is phenomenal. And her contribution to Buddhism also is very important to all of us. And I think as we had been working, I had the opportunity to work with some Sri Lankan army. I was working with Kilinochchi army camps. I went to deep jungles inside those army camps, and I gave Dhamma talks every full moon day. And it was really nice. And then they helped me to go to those Jaffna Peninsula those days. So I think it was a great opportunity that way. And when I came back here, I could find some more details. I talked to some of my friends who are working in archaeological department. I have some students also in archaeological department, and also I talked to some scholars. I met one maritime diver in Sri Lanka. One of my friends, he also was doing some research with the team. And so they tried to find something, if possible, to find something close to that that place, but somehow they could not find much of details there. And I mean, because of that situation, somehow today we know, thanks to those chronicles, I have to say the oldest chronicle that we have in Sri Lanka is what we call Deepavansa. And Deepavansa has a beautiful explanation, account of Theri Sanghamitta's arrival to Sri Lanka. And compared to Mahavansa, and also there is a book called Bodhivansa. Bodhivansa is fully dedicated to the Bodhi tree, chronicle of Bodhi tree. And also we have that, let me see, I'm trying to connect with my link again.
Your audio is still coming. I think your audio on
Yeah,
the phone.
I know. That's why.
But the video
I had an
has dropped off.
video is off, right? So, yeah, I'm trying to get connected. I had an internet problem here. Okay, just give me a second. Maybe I'll go to the shrine room.
What's happening is that we were using an iPhone for audio and we were using a Mac for video, and the video user from Mac went away. So now Bhante is trying to reconnect the Mac so that he can run the video from the Mac again. Venerable, if you can hear me at this point, the iPhone is also muted, so we can't hear your words as well.
Yeah, I came to the Vihara. So I hope we have a better connection here.
We can hear you fine, Venerable. It's the video part that we don't have. If you'd like to use one device, we may be able to ask you to turn the video on the iPhone as well as use it for audio. If you don't,
Sure.
Mac.
Yeah. Okay. At least for now, until I get it, I will keep talking. Sorry about the internet connection here. And so what happened is that I Theri Sanghamitta's story and how Theri Sanghamitta was connected to Sri Lanka I saw another presentation on Sanchi, and Sanchi was the place where she came from, and her mother also is from Vidisha, Sanchi, and Arahanta Mahinda is from there as well. And so they came to Sri Lanka along with that Bodhi sapling. Ever since it was planted in Sri Lanka, and even today, for over 2,000 years, Sri Lankan Buddhists have taken so much care of that Bodhi tree. And we consider it the oldest respectable or venerated tree in the world. We know that sometime during King Ashoka's time, the Bodhi tree in Buddha Gaya was destroyed. It is said, Mandu Kantuka Yogena Mahabodhi Maghatai, according to Mahavansa. It is said one of the queens, King Ashoka's queen, she did not like King Ashoka's dedication to the Bodhi tree, and it is said she tried to destroy that by using some venomous plants. So it was destroyed somehow. But Bodhi trees are not easy to destroy. It comes up again. And Bodhi sapling that was taken from for Sri Lanka actually is older than that. So Bodhi tree in Sri Lanka is a very special very special object of veneration. And even today, whenever there is any Sri Lankan political leader or king or whosoever, they always come to Bodhi tree to pay respect to that. And along with that, Maha Vihara, that is the headquarters of Theravada Buddhism in Sri Lanka, and Huan Sang and Fa Hien and all the other Chinese traveling monks, they have found all those information those days, like thousands of years ago, and how they found those things and how it was very important to Sri Lankans, and everything is recorded in our chronicles. So in in Deepavansa, it is said that she has also come up with some more bhikkhunis, and many more details are there in Deepavansa, but in Mahavansa and other chronicles, we don't find that many. That is something really interesting. I read an article by Dr. Hema Gunatilaka, and she says, she actually mentioned all these things too. And Dr. Hema Gunatilaka is the opinion, along with Dr. Malala Sekara, Gunapala Malala Sekara, very renowned scholar from Sri Lanka. And they think even Deepavansa was actually written by Bhikkhuni, maybe a group of Bhikkhunis. And it is said she was accompanied with Bhikkhunis Uttara, Hema, Pasadpala, Aggimitta, and Dasika, Peggu, Pabbata, and Matta, Malla, and Dhammadasiya. And these are the 10 Bhikkhunis who came to Sri Lanka along with Theri Sanghamitta. And they are not normal. I mean, they are not just regular Bhikkhunis. They are very powerful in their own fields. Some are very good teachers of, Vinaya, and some of them were good in other history, and also even there is a Bhikkhuni, she was very good in supernatural powers. And it is said Dhammapala and Naramita were experts in Vinaya, and that is called Vinaya Visarada. And Sata, Kali, and Uttara were masters, instructors to nuns, Theriyo Vadaka Kusala, and Theriyo Vada Kusala. And Sumana was an expert on Buddhist history. Saddhamma Vansa Kovida. See, they have been given some titles those days too. And Mahila was a practitioner of strict observances, Dhutavada. And Sata was versed in the exhortations of theories. And two of the nuns, Mahila and Sangha, were endowed with abhinya, so with supernatural powers. And so Deepavansa's this explanation, this is in chapter 18, stanza 15 and 24. This information is available. And in Mahavansa, we don't have many, but yes, we have a lot of information about Theri Sanghamitta's coming to arrival of Sri Lanka. And Queen Anula is the first Bhikkhuni of Sri Lanka. So that itself is a wonderful example to the fact that Sri Lankan high class, royal class families were involved in Buddhism. They patronize Buddhism in many ways than one. So along with Theri Anula, Queen Anula, there were 500 ladies who listened to the Dhamma talks, and they actually became Sotapanna, and then later on they wanted to become nuns. And then when they requested Arhanta Mahinda to ordain them, they could, Arhanta Mahinda said, I can't ordain you. And in order to do that, we need the support, assistance of some bhikkhunis. And then on their request, King Devanampitta, he sent some messengers to India, King Ashoka, with the message from Arhanta Mahinda. And then as a result, Arhanta Theri Sanghamitta came to Sri Lanka. And that's about the history of Sri Lanka. And then it's very important that these bhikkhunis also were so much doing good, and also they were propagating bhikkhuni sasana even out of this country. They went to mainland China. Those days again, maritime trade route they used, and Sri Lanka is an island. So anyway, if you want to go out of the country, you have to use maritime routes. And Theri Sanghamitta is in our recorded history, is probably the first woman who came along with Buddhism to propagate Buddhism out of her country. And so it's historic. And then Bhikkhuni Devasara and some other, a group of Bhikkhunis went to mainland China, and along that route, they also visited other countries. They established Buddhism, Bhikkhuni order in other countries. So all these are about the fact that we have this information, and they also actually give enough evidences that bhikkhunis have done so much for the benefit and well-being of our Buddhism in Sri Lanka. So therefore, we really feel very much respectful towards Bhikkhunis. And when I came here, I noticed that there are more Bhikkhunis and, coming up. This is a new trend in the West. We see very, very dedicated Bhikkhunis here in the West, and really appreciate how dedicated they are, how they are working as a group, and they also want to learn, they want to practice, and they also want to keep in touch with the ancient Buddhist practice, those traditional Buddhist practice. So I really felt connected to them. And I met quite a few of them here and there in different occasions. When I went to Berkeley with Wangmo Dikshi and her Tipitaka chanting, first ever Tipitaka chanting in US took place in Mangalam Center in Berkeley, and I went there, and I met, I think I met Bhikkhuni, Tathaloka, and other Bhikkhunis somewhere in that place. And also in when I went to Bhante Piyananda's temple here in Los Angeles, I met some more Bhikkhunis. I saw Bhante Piyananda also was helping so much to them to become ordained and also higher ordained. And Bhante Piyananda asked me to help, and I was really happy to do that. I know it was like we have in Sri Lanka now a lot of Dasasila, 10 precept Dasasila Matas, what we call 10 precept observing ladies. But unfortunately, I don't think it is still good enough. We don't have enough recommendation from the society, because some of them think, according to Vinaya, Bhikkhuni order disappeared, and so we can't re-establish it anymore. But I just feel like if Buddha is there, what should be the answer to that? When I tap on my own heart, I think Bhikkhunis can, the women's role is very different. We monks cannot do certain things that the Bhikkhunis can do. Just like in the church, those priests and the nuns, they also do a very particular role they can play, like a motherly figure, when they can do so many things for the betterment of the many. I think the Bhikkhunis here, our Theravada Bhikkhunis, can do so much for the benefit of the society. So I really support them. And I have no hesitation whatsoever in working with the Bhikkhunis. And if there is anything that I can do, I will always do that. I have been asked to give another Dhamma talk, maybe the last Dhamma talk in the year, on coming Tuesday for the Bhikkhunis. And that being said, I would like to open up for discussion, and maybe because I cannot still use my computer, so let's get some dialogue, maybe this question and answer, so that we can make it more relevant. If you have any question.
Sadhu, sadhu, Bhante, I have are we thinking to take some questions now, or are we discussion now?
I'll go to the sharing errands.
May I ask a question, please?
Yes.
Bhante, I think in the discussion today, I understood, I think Venerable Mahinder and Venerable Sanghamitta Therini had a sister and a brother, I think. Is that right? And what happened to them? Thank you.
Bhikkhuni Sanghamitta had a sister, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Is that right? I don't know. Maybe I didn't hear well. So who was at Kathmandu? Maybe I didn't understand. I think.
Charumati.
Maybe did some Nepal?
According to the Nepali chronicles, there was Ashokan daughter Charumati or Charuvati, half sister of Sanghamitta, Ashoka emperor's father, but different mother compared to Sanghamitta Theri.
And also it is said Venerable Mahinda Thera Mahinda, he came to Sri Lanka with a novice monk, and it is said that he is the son of Theri Sanghamitta when she was a married woman before. And there are stories about, I read an article by one professor. He talks about those days, the women, they get married pretty early. And according to his article, she got married like very early, like 11 years old or something. And so it's the son, when he came to Sri Lanka, he was like maybe 6 years old or 7 years old, something. And he was a very small young monk. But I think when he came to Sri Lanka, he was a Samanera. Yeah, he was actually ready to become Upasampada, maybe 18 years or something. And that time, Theri Sanghamitta was probably 30 years old, according to that article by Professor T.G. Kulatunga. And I just read a Sinhala article. And yeah, and I don't know much about if there was any sister of Theri Sanghamitta in Nepal. But I would like to hear more about that.
Was there a brother, Bhante?
Another brother?
Yeah, to Venerable.
You see what, actually those days the kings had many wives. Probably they must have had more. But Vidisa, Queen Vidisa had Theri Sanghamitta and Thera Mahinda. Mahinda and Sanghamitta were the two kids that they were actually living in Sanchi area. And that is why even today, I think the railway station is called Vidisha, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, because King Ashoka had many queens, so probably the other people, other sons and daughters were his brothers and sisters, right? Maybe in that case.
Bhante, I have a question.
Yeah.
What Dhamma comes to mind, especially with regards to everything that's been shared? The history, all of the history is important, and it has the ability to be inspiring and encouraging, to give vision, to give example. And in that way, it can, it can block people's paths, or it can help open up the path for people. This part is important. I'm just interested because this is our evening Dhamma talk time. We're coming near to the end of our program. And this time of day, I incline so much to silence and Dhamma contemplation. And so I wanted to ask Bhante, is there any special Dhamma that comes to mind now that you would like to share with us in these last minutes together?
I think on this particular day, what we can do is to work on our own personal practice. And especially these days, I would like to highlight the fact that these days, a lot of people have suffering, they have trauma, they have phobia, and everywhere in the world, it's like a mass hysteria. And so in Majjhima Nikaya 4th Sutta, Bhaya-bhairava Sutta, when Janusoni asked the question from the Buddha, when they meditate in the deep jungle alone, how do we cope up with the fear and dread? And Buddha gave a very beautiful answer, how he coped up with that situation because of his own practice. Even though you are so far away from the city and you are alone, secluded in the middle of the jungle in the pitch darkness, and but he still did not feel any fear and dread. Why? Because he was very confident of his own practice. So practice is the main thing. His precept, he was very confident of his own precept. And the Buddha said many times it happened, like when he was walking, sometimes, he was still a bodhisattva. He was not, he has not achieved Buddhahood. And in the jungle, deep inside the jungle, pitch darkness, he would stay. And then he suddenly heard a snapping of a twig by a peacock. And suddenly fear came. And then he observed a fear came. And then he actually monitored what really happened. And then he noticed, he realized that it was just a snapping of a twig by a peacock. And then again, he heard another sound, like a hissing sound. And it's like a scary, like a ghost or something. And then he noticed that it is the sound of the wind. And so the Buddha said, when he was walking, while he was walking, if he heard that sound, any fear came to him, he did not stop walking. He did not want to stop walking and sit or lay down or stand. He thought, as I got the fear while walking, I must work on my own fear and try to get rid of that before I sit down or walk or stand. And when I had the fear while sitting, I would not stand, or I would not walk, or I would not lay down until I fix my problem. So the lesson here for us is we have a solution for every question, and we can run away from the problems. When we have a problem, we have to sort it out. We have to find the solution then and there. So the Buddha's advice is be vigilant, be confident of your own practice, and don't give up. And his aditthana parami, his determination, his sheer determination, and also his virya parami is amazing, energetic, powerful attempt that he was working on virya as a parami, and that is how he could achieve his spiritual achievement. As we are all practitioners, as we are all followers of the Buddha, and I would like to say, a lot of people suffer today, and we should not run away from this. And we should focus more, and we should be more focused and confident of our own practice. I think we should practice more than before. And recently I met one lady, and when I saw her, I felt that she was not in a very calm state of mind. I saw her going to the Bodhi tree area. And the minute I saw her, I felt like she was very stressful, and she came with another Indian friend. And then I had the opportunity to talk to her. I talked to her, I discussed with her, and then I came to know that she was suffering because she said her family members, some of her family members lost jobs. And I asked, did you lose the job as well? She said, no. I said, then you have something. You should not lose hope. You still have the job. If you worry about others, and if you take others' problems into yourself and suffer, you wouldn't be doing good either. You might be fired too. So focus on your own peace first, and do not disturb your own inner peace. So it's very important in this particular time, we all have to work on our own inner peace. And for that, we need our own practice. We need to practice more. And also we have to be very compassionate for the others and for our fellow monks and nuns, and also our community members and all the other people in general. I think we have to send more and more metta to them, loving kindness to all of them every single day while practicing all by ourselves. That way, I think not only we can practice as good followers, disciples of the Buddha, but also we can help others by sending loving kindness for the benefit and for the well-being and happiness of the many.
Thank you very much, Bhante. Glad to hear good well matching with our circumstances. Bhante, this time we planned, earlier we had planned 8:30 as our ending time to have some meditation and then dedication and closing. And Venerable Bhikkhuni Sopana Terry and Venerable Bhikkhuni Suchitra Terry were going to be leading that. And now our time is already a little bit after 8:30. And let me check in with them. And would you like to have the blessing chanting, dedication, according to your plan?
That's what I was ready to do.
So, one day, I think that Venerable Bhikkhuni Sopana will be offering dedication as part of our closing Sanghamitta Day, day-long Sangha gathering of International Bhikkhuni Sangha and Dhamma friends. Today. Perhaps we can request Venerable Sopana Terry to offer the dedication. Bhante, after she's offered the dedication, would you also like to chant a verse of blessing?
Sure, yeah.
And that can, what seems suitable then for closing 12 hours a day of Dhamma and remembrance of our great Arahanti foremothers, Sanghamitta Terry, and Anula Devi Terry, Sri Lanka's first Arahanta, Arahanti, also Charumati, sister of Sanghamitta. All of these great women luminaries of our Buddhist heritage connected with us now through our recollection and our activities today, bringing them to mind and heart together. Please,
Thank you. Yes, the tech support would make me into a co-host. Then in a couple of minutes, I would share the screen of the brief chanting that we would do for sharing merits. Okay, taken care of. The Buddha recommended that Sangha should regularly meet together, and this is my primary impression from this entire day, how we have again met with old friends from whom we've been separated for some time, and we have also had a chance to meet and see the faces and hear the voices of people that maybe we've only read about or seen some email or some writing. And so in that case, throughout the world, the community is more knitted together with this interconnection, which is for the welfare of all of us and for the strength of the Sangha. We know that everything we did today is a merit, and merit is what's conducive for our happiness, conducive for the happiness of ourselves, for the happiness of others. And when we recognize the value in what we've done and the effort that we've made, then we can share the merits of our practice in a way which is powerful and effective for the welfare of other beings. Some of us shared today about the timeless and universal Dhamma, like Bhante Sumita's talk just now, and earlier this morning, Sivijana was inclining towards speaking to us about conceit, about very universal basic practices which are always true, no matter what the gender, no matter what the country, no matter what the era. These things are always true. And then others of us shared stories that were very particular and specific of their honest humanity about what the practice has been for them and what it has been to be a bhikkhuni with the aspiration for ordination and to be in this monastic life. And that actuality, that honesty is also so important. Likewise, the scholarly work that some of our teachers, like especially Ayatollah Loka and Bhante Ananda Jyoti, have done in researching the history of the Bhikkhuni Sangha and really drilling down to find the actuality, the particularity that these bhikkhunis were here on this land at this place, and this was their stupa. So there's a kind of a connectivity that makes the practice more deeper. It's like many different dimensions of practice come together to help us. We also heard the story of Sanghamitta. How many times today? It would be like, there's some movie star, and you say, well, did you know that her mother had a monastery? Did you know that she was threatened by the Nagas during the trip, and that it turned out that the Nagas only wanted a chance to worship the Bodhi tree, and so many different aspects of the story. And something I don't remember hearing is that after the end of the story that we read in the extended Mahavamsa, which kind of culminates in the enlightenment and the ordination and the enlightenment of the Sangha there. Sanghamitta continued staying there, teaching. She never left Sri Lanka. She stayed in that one place for many decades afterwards, just continuing to practice and teach. And that also is something that these particulars of the story and the way we share our knowledge and our appreciation for the story of this powerful Bhikkhuni is something which also creates the interconnectivity of the Sangha and which adds yet another dimension to our practice. So I hope that any benefit that I got from this day, that I may share those merits for people who are experiencing hardship and suffering, or for people who may be overtaken by ill will and conflict or anxiety. And through the blessings of our practice, may all of them be well. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Through the goodness that arises from my practice, may my spiritual teachers and guides of great virtue, my mother, my father, and my relatives, the sun and the moon, and all virtuous leaders of the world, may the highest gods and evil forces, celestial beings, guardian spirits of the earth, and the Lord of death, may those who are friendly, indifferent, or hostile, may all beings receive the blessings of my life. May they soon attain the threefold bliss and realize the deathless. Through the goodness that arises from my practice, and through this act of sharing, may all desires and attachments quickly cease, and all harmful states of mind, until I realize Nibbana in every kind of birth. May I have an upright mind, with mindfulness and wisdom, austerity and vigor. May the forces of delusion not take hold, nor weaken my resolve. The Buddha is my excellent refuge. Unsurpassed is the protection of the Dhamma. The solitary Buddha is my noble guide. The Sangha is my supreme support. Through the supreme power of all these, may darkness and delusion be dispelled. Now, Bhante Sumita, I would invite your blessings.
So I'll chant in Pali.
Yes.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa sabbitiyo vivajjantu sabba rogo vinassatu mate bhavattu antarayo sukhe dighaayuko bhava bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkhantu sabba devata sabba buddhanubhavena sada sotte bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkhantu sabba devata sabba dhammanubhavena sada sotte bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkhantu sabba devata sabba sanghanubhavena sada sotte bhavantu te abhivadana silissa niccang vaddha pachayino chattaro dhamma vaddhanti ayuvanno sukhang balang ayurarogya sampatti sagga sampatti mevacha ato nibbana sampatti iminate samijjatu sadhu sadhu
This concludes our Sanghamitta Day, day long of Dhamma and International Bhikkhuni Sangha and Dhamma Friends gathering in commemoration of Sanghamitta Day and the awakening of Angela Devi, the great transmission of the Bhikkhuni Sasana internationally, and the Mahabodhivamsa, the lineage of the Bodhi tree, the tree of awakening. Triple gem blessings of the Buddha, of the Dhamma, and of the Sangha to all of us. May we realize the noble fruits of the Buddha's way in this lifetime. Sadhu.